2025 is your year to start a new business, and the City of Pasco is here to help. We have newly updated commercial kitchen space and vendor windows available at the Pasco Specialty Kitchen downtown. Mobile food vendors, we've made it faster and easier than ever to get permits and connect with customers, thanks to new citywide regulations for food trucks and hand carts. Visit pasco-wa.gov for more information and join the thriving Pasco community. Naturally transformative.
So we're going to need everybody's help because this fire engine, fully loaded, is about 52,000 pounds. So a big effort, a big push will be greatly appreciated. So in the early 19th century, when we had horse-drawn wagons that would respond to fires, when they came back, they would unhitch the horses from the wagons and they would manually push the wagon back into the firehouse. And so it became a push-in effort to get that in. Now, as the fire apparatus became motorized, that tradition continued in order to honor those who came before us and continue the traditions that we respect within the service itself. The ceremony isn't just about a fire truck, it's about all of us, firefighters and the community, coming together to strengthen our bond and ensure our recognition of public safety.
I guess photography for me is really about storytelling, and I feel like my photography really tries to show the story of a space, a community, an environment.
Alfred John Contreras says his interest in photography began as a child and grew into a unique way of observing the world around him.
I would pass by people walking on the street and I saw certain things, patterns that I noticed, and then I would just start photographing just things that I saw interesting. It could be anything like something discarded on the ground that kind of interacted with different light, or how it interacted with the environment.
Contreras captured those observations on film, now being showcased at Pasco City Hall with the exhibit Urban Tableau, Synchronicity in Everyday Life.
An urban tableau is capture a moment and you freeze it forever, and you can make up your own story behind that, and you'll see the different patterns within that picture. And I just really love to be able to showcase that's fraction of a second that can be captured, and that stories can be created from that. It will never be reproduced again the same way because the lighting is going to change, everything's going to change, so it'll never be captured again.
When looking at the photographs on display at City Hall, look for subtle patterns in the scene.
If a person really takes the time to stop and look, you'll see that there's patterns in the chaos of like a everyday street.
Contreras says his photography is a celebration of the beauty in simple things.
And there's also beauty in people just on the street walking and their interactions with each other, an unspoken glance between strangers on the street. And if you capture that, I feel like if it resonates with me and it gives an emotion for myself, it'll probably do the same for somebody else. There is beauty in everything, you just have to really look for it, and that's what I hope people take away from my photography and my exhibit at City Hall.
Let's try that again. Hopefully this isn't going to give us feedback. Welcome to the City of Pasco Council workshop meeting this Monday, March 24th, 2025. The City Council thanks you for being a part of the city here. At workshop meetings, the council, discuss issues, but we don't take formal action. Agenda packets are available on the city's website at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for anyone present here on that small table under the little post-it of agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191, on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland, and it's also streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager's office, the city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Thank you. Councilmember Barajas.
Present.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
Present.
Councilmember Perales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
I'm present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
If that, you'll all please rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much for that. With that, that moves us on to item number 4, which are verbal reports from council members. Do we have any? Ms. Blaisdell.
I attended the Pasco Facilities District meeting. PFD signed a final maximum completion number of 4.4 million for the aquatics, 40.4 million, sorry, for the aquatic center, and the estimated completion date would be May 2026. Also, Councilmember Perales and I both attended Business Watch meeting with Pasco PD. It was a very good and informative meeting, and I highly recommend anyone that wants to attend a community watch or business watch meeting, if you get a chance, please attend one.
Thank you. With that, Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. On this past Thursday, I did attend the Northwest Wellness and Northwest STEM grand opening. It was a dual ceremony, and never had that happen, but at the exact same time. But it was a really good facility, very organized. I mean, again, top notch. I would recommend if you get a chance to check it out. They have a lot of services, health services as far as cosmetic and other avenues for your wellness. And again, it was really top notch, and it was I'm glad I was able to attend for the city.
Thank you, and thank you for filling in for me, Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I attended the Home Builders Association meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday this past week, and the group there is very pleased with the city of Pasco, and they said that it's the best place to do business in Tri-Cities. And I know that has a lot more to do with the folks over here than up here. So as a council member going there for the first time, that was really great to hear. And they did, Jeff Lewis did also talk about the fact that City of Pasco consistently, and he had some slides to go along with it, is responsible for a third of all building permits pulled in the 4 cities, so Tri-Cities including West Richland. And so that was great to see. And then also attended a TriDeck board meeting and Hanford Communities board meeting. Conversation was pretty much the same in both meetings. Lots of concern over federal government and how that impacts us locally. So just a lot of discussion, no real action items out of that, but more to come. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Council of Governments meeting on Friday. Port of Kennewick Executive Director Tim Arnson gave an excellent presentation just about how many great things they have going on across the river. And what really interested me the most was perhaps what they're doing at the Columbia Artisan Village there, right on their side of the cable bridge. And just considering everything going on out at Osprey Point and what Mr. Sexton has going on and what he's trying to do, just about how we can connect this all for the greater good of the Tri-Cities to really just bring tourism here and give people more things to do when they are here and to draw more people to the area, and just about how all the communities can be connected, potentially even with a water taxi or other things that would be just really, really nice, especially during the busy tourist season. So anyways, that was good. And of course, I was with several of you on Saturday, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. With that, I'll like to report that on Saturday, I attended Pasco Water Reuse Facility and Pasco Recovery Center, Resource Recovery Center grand opening with several of you. Appreciate you all being there on a Saturday. It was actually nice weather, so that was great to see. Looking forward to our partnership with Burnham and the other folks who have been out there to support that project. Looking forward to really seeing the dent that that's going to make, and not only, water conservation efforts, but also in the ability to get more out of what we're doing to clean our environment before we release the water. And so it's exciting to see, transmitting the natural gas, the opportunity for potential nitrogen-rich fertilizer, all coming out of what otherwise is just wastewater that'd be sitting there in ponds and maybe eventually dissipated into the fields. The other event that I attended was on Thursday when Mr. Milne covered those 2 ribbon cuttings. Thank you for that. I was at the TriDeck board meeting. Prior to the TriDeck board meeting, former Senator and now Commerce head Mr. Joe Nguyen came down to visit with the Tri-Cities to talk about some opportunities the state may be looking at in investing in our community. He certainly seemed to be seeking proactively for opportunities to bring money down here. Whether or not that can happen is always a separate question, but at least he listened and was engaged in a way that I think was productive. So hopefully we'll have a new partner in Department of Commerce. And again, with Mr. Nguyen at the head, he certainly seemed to be keyed in. I mentioned his presence to Senator Banky, and Senator Banky had some really positive things to say. So I think we've got some positive assets in our legislative conglomerate here throughout the Tri-Cities that may be able to reach some of the new folks in the administration. Obviously more to be determined, but always a good sign when folks are willing to come across the mountains. So with that, I see no further lights. We'll move on to item number 5, which is our items for discussion. And this does have an opportunity for public comment. For anyone who's not been following along, there is an opportunity for up to 8 aggregate minutes of public comment. That is 2 public comments, either pro or con, weighing in at 2 minutes each. And I'll be paying attention to the clock over there if we do have public comments. So again, up to 8 minutes, total of 4 comments, 2 pro, 2 con, up to 2 minutes each. With that, that moves us into item 5A, which is our introduction to the 2026 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program. That's going to be Director Sarah. And I would be remiss if I did not thank staff for the participation Saturday. I mean, you all made that happen. I know we had some folks out there early on to set up, got the coffee hub or whatever that guy was out there, the balloons. I mean, everything was prime. So really appreciate you all making us look good. It's nice to just show up, get talking points, and pretend to cut a ribbon. So thank you, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to our Transportation Improvement Program, and it will be looking at the next 6 years, so 2026 to 2031. As you saw in your packet, this is just the introduction to the process that we'll be following. There is a statutory requirement to have a transportation improvement program for cities and counties, and this program is intended to be a guide for the improvement of our transportation system, identifying the needs, creating a schedule, and including bicycle and pedestrian facilities. That is important language straight from the statute. This program is required to be adopted before July 1st of each year, in this case 2025, and is to be filed with the Secretary of Transportation 30 days past the date in which it is adopted. Okay, so the TIP, Transportation Improvement Program, identifies projects and creates a project name and a brief scope that is, for planning purposes. It identifies a proposed schedule. It generates estimates for those projects, and those estimates are divided between the different phases of the project, including planning, design, right-of-way acquisition, if there were any, and construction. And then, of course, identifies funding sources. Those funding sources may be secured in some cases, in other cases are planned, for example, planned grants. While it is not fiscally constrained, the intent for this list of projects is to be reasonable, so that is reasonably expected to receive those funds. So typically we utilize historical knowledge of how many dollars we have received to be able to plan and schedule. Okay, so at this time, what staff is doing is working through the existing program, the one that was adopted last year, and identifying which projects have been completed. Those will fall out of this list. And then identifying any changes. For example, grants that have been received will not be shown as secured funding versus what we had before. There was maybe planned funding. If there were any updates to schedule, because anything say got delayed or change in priority, that will be reflected, as well as any updates in cost if we were to be further along in the design and identify that the costs were different from the originally planned ones. Additionally, we identify new projects, and we'll talk about how we identify those in the next slides. And we confirm the prioritization that we had in that list last year is still valid for the new list. And if not, changes are made. Okay, so where do the projects come from? Well, there is a variety of sources. Typically, the starting point for those projects to be identified and included is looking at any planning document the city has already developed. Also looking at any regional plan that has been developed and available. So we look at master plans, we look at safety studies, we look at all the things, transportation, that are available to us to identify which projects are recommended and need to be incorporated in this program. We, as part of this process, we reach out to the public and other partners in the community to identify which other projects are needed. The outreach program with the public is typically via a mix of online and in-person events and platforms where we can receive comments, and then stakeholder engagement, for example, with other agencies or the school district, for example. Those are done, basically we reach out to them, we explain what we're doing, we try to figure out if there is any need that has been identified by them and incorporate that. And then finally, from our own staff, any issues that are experienced, for example, condition of the payment in specific locations or something that is failing, and therefore we identify operational needs and incorporate those in our list for consideration. So this, I'm not expecting you to be able to see this, but this is just a reminder of what our previous TIP looked like, the one that was adopted last year. There were 51 items in this list. There were a combination of projects, studies, and programs. And all of those are listed in this list. Of special importance are those that are funded through state and federal grants, because those are then transmitted to the Council of Governments and then to the state to be incorporated in the State Transportation Improvement Program. And that's the way that we gain access to those dollars that were already allocated to those projects via award. Okay, and probably the most important part of this is the schedule moving forward. So our plan is to come back in front of you later this month, later next month, almost thinking that it's April, in April. We'll come back with a draft of our TIP proposed for 2026 to 2031, and we'll begin our outreach. Outreach will be done, again, in a combination of online comments, a website, social media, events, in-person, hybrid, and with a remote, obviously, if I'm saying hybrid, with a remote opportunity for people to participate. All that input that we receive from the outreach process will be then shared back with Council in late May or mid-May, and there is an opportunity there to balance those comments with that draft that you have seen. There may be an opportunity to make changes, edits to that TIP draft. And then there will be a public hearing. This is a formal process. A public hearing is required per state law. So we'll have a public hearing that will take place here during a council meeting. Again, another opportunity for input if the draft that we have at that time is not yet satisfactory. And then again, another opportunity to have edits. So we're building in some weeks in there to have opportunities to make edits and refine prioritization, number of projects, funding sources, cost of those projects, all the things. And finally, adoption is currently tentatively scheduled for mid-June, allowing for 2 additional weeks if we had to extend this process and say, for example, extend the public hearing, if maybe there were more items to be discussed and what we could fit in that one public hearing. So that is the schedule forward. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. Do we have any questions or comments? Mr. Harpster.
Thanks, Director Sarah. First off, I just want to mention I appreciate you guys bringing this in March. I think it was last year. I forget when it occurred, but I remember Council was a little upset that it was pretty close to the statutory deadline. So I appreciate the, whatever the word is. Yeah, thank you. One of my questions that you already answered that I'll bring up anyways was whether or not a public hearing is a statutory requirement. And it is, and I remember when I got on council last year, I was so excited for public hearings like this to hear what the public had to say. And as we all know, 0 or maybe 1 or 2 people show up and provide comments. Between comments from us and the public, what would actually change, what kind of feedback would change what you and your staff are looking at to include in the tip? Because obviously I'm relying heavily on you guys and your team to bring us what you think would be the best fit. But let's say one of us has some intersection in mind that we want to take a look at that is on the TSMP. How does that process work?
So typically that is weighed based on what is the concern based on. Safety concerns are typically top in the criteria for inclusion. There's also an opportunity for identifying, for example, potential funding sources. So there might be some strategic thinking on what can be included because we know a forthcoming opportunity for funding. And certainly we will take Council's direction on inclusion and modification since certainly this is your program for the city, for transportation specifically.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to echo the first part of Councilman Harpster's comments that I appreciate this getting to us nice and early because we have been vocal when things do seem to be coming at us at the last minute. So this is really, really appreciated to get this out to us that early. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further lights, appreciate the brevity of the presentation, appreciate the information. I do just want to call attention to that far right, the funding source. You see certain things for those following along at home or here in the audience. Some are bolded, which means that we've secured a grant, we've planned a grant, or we have partial funding. I think it's important that we call out the city's efforts to make sure that these things aren't just funded through our fee structure, but also through external sources, which is the whole purpose of this project, to then get it to the state, et cetera. So I do appreciate the work that staff's been doing there, and I'll echo the comments. Thank you for getting this out ahead of it. And I look forward to seeing whether or not, public thinks we have our priorities aligned with reality, and, we'll see where it goes over the next 2 or 3 months. So thank you for that. With that, I know it's coming back to you, Ms. Sarah, but we'll go on to item B, which is Introduction to Utility Capital Improvement Plan Update. And again, sticking with you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Very similar to the prior item, we will go over the capital improvement plan.
Sorry, I apologize. Do we have any public comment on that issue? Going once? Oh, Mr. Mallon, you're a commissioner.
I'm here as a citizen tonight. Thank you for the opportunity. And since you wanted some public comment, I'll provide a little bit of that. As you address the Transportation System Master Plan, or your 6-year TIP, something I'd like you guys to do with me is I've been doing an unofficial survey of some of the things that we use and don't use. The new bike path we put on Argent, we don't use. I travel that path almost daily, certainly weekly, and so far since that has been opened, I've seen 2 bicycles on it. And so I recognize that with shekels come shackles sometime, and I think that that's what that was, so please consider that carefully. In my other role, I will try to do that as well. Another place I'd like you to do an unofficial survey with me is on Oregon Avenue. The taxpayers of this state and this city and county put millions of dollars into improving Oregon Avenue, and I have counted 3 pedestrians on that sidewalk in 3 years. I am on that almost daily, and nobody uses that, but we put 7-foot wide sidewalks on both sides, full length. And if you'll look at that with me, we don't even clean or maintain those sidewalks or the ADA ramps to a clean and sanitary and usable condition. So do that with me as you consider this transportation plan that you're looking at. There's some of those that would be highly utilized, and others that are not necessary and will be burdensome for some of the businesses that use them. To put 7-foot sidewalks on both sides of, I think it's called East James Street, is going to be difficult for those businesses that run heavy equipment in and out of there, and it's a sidewalk that will be used almost none. 4-foot sidewalk on one side, I can understand that. I also appreciate standards and why we use them, and think that that's a place that the city could save a significant amount of money if you were to cater to the use of that street instead of to a standard that we don't even use. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for the feedback, and I appreciate the invitation to do the side-eye inventory, or however we want to call it. Any further public comment? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we will move on to item B, which is introduction to the capital improvement plan update. Back to you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. So this item, very similar to the prior item we discussed, approaches the capital improvement program, and really is an introduction to what the process will look like and how the events will occur from here until later this year when the plan is prepared for adoption. So this presentation will be very similar to what you saw last year related to CIP, but we have some items of interest to highlight through it. So the capital improvement plan identifies all projects that are delivered by the City of Pasco in the next 6 years. So again, it's another 6-year view between 2026 and 2031. And it is really a strategic plan where we identify and prioritize the needs, the potential funding sources. We evaluate input from external partners and our community to identify what are those. Typically, a capital improvement plan includes all kinds of projects, from buildings, parks, transportation, utilities, and anything that you could imagine throughout all the work that the city delivers as part of their capital program. Now, this helps with the long-term planning and also with strategizing on funding sources. So let's move on to the next slide. Oh, there we go. So of interest, we're talking about strategic planning, which I just mentioned, transparency and accountability, since this, just like the TIP, identifies schedule, a brief scope of the project, anticipated cost, funding sources, and so on. What is important about this plan is that we also look at the coordination between the different disciplines, where we look at, for example, transportation being coordinated with utility work to avoid rework, and we look at fiscal responsibility. Again, this is not a budget, and I think we'll see in the next slide that this is part of the presentation. While this is not a budget, it is important to identify that if we have an expectation of a certain number of projects being delivered within a utility, for example, that's what is close to the work I do every day, we need to identify how are we going to receive that revenue to be able to accomplish those needs or satisfy those needs. So we are going to be this year looking at our CIP with a lens of what are our available revenues, where are those revenues coming from, is it reasonable to expect a certain amount of dollars from grants and loans, and how does that play out with the established rates, for example. That's pretty clear for utilities specifically, which is my focus tonight. So, as we said, CIP is really a plan. It is not a budget, and it is a plan that can be revised as opportunities arise or maybe priorities change. And so, again, just like we talk about TIP, if there was an opportunity to receive funds for a specific project, maybe we would be able to move that project forward earlier. But not so fast that we lose that coordination between projects, right? So that it's important to have everything together. Okay, so similar to TIP, how do these projects get identified? Well, again, we look at master plan, comprehensive system plans, facility plans, if we're talking about a water treatment plant improvement, or we're talking about a sewer collections improvement. We look at building and facilities needs, we look at infrastructure condition, we take in community input, and we talk to external partners, and of course, we look at funding availability, which we already kind of touched upon. And we identify how much could we really deliver. Along with that is how many resources do we have to be able to deliver this? Is it a reasonable plan so that we don't disappoint? Next slide. Okay. So the TIP, which was the subject of our previous presentation, will be incorporated into the CIP as the transportation component. So that way you have consistent plans. Once you approve the TIP, that portion is incorporated into the CIP, and that allows us to have the rest of the projects, so utilities, parks, facilities, be coordinated with those projects. And again, we want to ensure that we are consistent with the goals that have been set up for the city by your work. Okay, so the schedule forward, again, probably the most interesting part of the presentation. Later in April, we hope to come to you with maybe a rough draft of what the CIP will look like, mostly identifying projects that will fall out and projects that need to be included. Then outreach will occur concurrently with TIP, because we identified that last year we had a lot of outreach opportunities with not so much participation. We think that maybe there was some kind of exhaustion of asking for input and participating in many, many evenings for the public to devote to be part of this program. I think we're going to try something new. We're going to try to do this consolidated meetings where people can come and explain what are seeing as deficiencies, give us input, look at our list of projects, look at a map, and take that input at once for both transportation and the rest of the public infrastructure. And then again, we'll come back to you in May with what we heard in that outreach process. The outreach process, as we explained for TIP, will include both online and in-person opportunities for comment, including not live events, so forums, for example, for comments and feedback. And we'll use social media and traditional media. We'll be bilingual in that outreach. And then, just like you saw in the previous slides, during May and June, we will focus on TIP. And so we'll really hunker down the transportation component. And then in the summer, we will be focusing on water and sewer, focused also on how those utilities will be able to afford that capital plan. As we discussed this last year, we identified that we're expecting maybe some raise in rates in the coming years, and I think there was a request for evaluating if we could make that analysis happen faster so that there was not such a big increase later on. So we are going to be looking at rates and connection fees for water and sewer. That work is underway. And then once rates have been identified and we had the opportunity to do outreach and share with you our findings, hopefully we'll get to a point where we're ready for adoption for those, if there is a need for that. Then we will continue moving forward with the rest of the CIP, consistent with that revenue that has been identified, moving all the way to a proposed November adoption of the CIP. The CIP is a big document with lots of work in how it is displayed. While you have a very good outline of what the CIP will look like probably towards the end of summer, just getting to the point where we have a document that is ready for issuance, we think it's prudent to plan to go all the way to November. Anyways, with that, I am happy to answer any questions that I may not have covered with my presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Harpster.
Once again, I just appreciate this presentation. It makes me think of Michael Scott in the office when he says, "Explain it to me like I'm 5." I just really like seeing this is what the CIP is, this is the process to get there, and what to anticipate. And then, as you mentioned, appreciate the kind of change in efforts to get public input and doing it on a Saturday. Because like I mentioned, there is a frustration that we don't receive it, but I do feel like it's so important. I know you guys too, so appreciate that change up. Thanks.
Seeing no further lights, do we have any public comments on this one? Going once, going twice, third time. Seeing no public comments, with that we'll move on to item C, which is financial review by Director Buckley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we are looking at a financial review for the biennium, so it's we tried to be very comprehensive and view both the narrative document that was part of the agenda packet and the, to a lesser point, of course, the review tonight through the presentation. Both the adopted budget that we prepared back in 2022 and then amendments that occurred during the biennium. And then finally, activity that occurred at each year in the biennium, so you could have a review of many and very different viewpoints of the activity. I guess one thing I want to point out first, and I know you've seen it because it's in the packet, but we did take extra time to look at operational elements and capital elements of activity so that, because if we put those together, the outcome is muddled. And so we've separated those so you can have a better picture of what's happening throughout the biennium. So when we had the adopted budget, that produced an expectation of a net reduction in fund balance citywide. That was anticipated at that time when we were planning that reserves would be used to cover those shortfalls. Primarily, that was related to, or a lot of it was related to capital spending using revenues that we had achieved in prior years. And then as the biennium passed and we are now to the beginning of a new one, we have actual activity to review that's in your packet and we'll look at tonight. So as I mentioned, we do throughout the year have budget amendments. They often come to you at meetings like this, when there's a new project that has funding needs or a new source of funding, then we also have a mid-biennium review that we do each year that has to start, can't occur before September and has to happen by December. And then finally, if necessary, a supplemental amendment at the end of the biennium. So I'm going to dive into general fund. Let me move this because I would like to say my eyes are that good, but it's a long look. Okay. As you can see, we have a graph that shows revenues, the various types of expenses, and then that blue line is the fund balance expectation over, from the just reported on biennium and into the new 2 years that we're working into. Revenues were ahead of operational budget, so that was a good outcome. And some of that, we actually had improvement in 2024 over 2023, which was beneficial to the net results of the biennium. That was in retail sales tax, and then we also, for all the funds, were able to take advantage of interest earnings because of a higher interest rate just from the economy, and so that was a net benefit to all the funds. And then expenses were slightly under budget, which was very, that was a good outcome, which was a product of staff working on various areas to be cautious. And then also when we budgeted labor in the biennial budget, there was some ramp up of hiring people, and that took time. And so there were some savings realized there. And then this graph, as you can see, is talking more about that ending fund balance consideration and the difference between results that are available for operational spending into the next biennium versus restricted or set aside for capital. And so when we take out that, as looking at the preliminary ending fund balance, we're closing up the year-end results for 2024 and are very close to the end. But as of now, the ending fund balance is $64 million, which is a large number and higher than we talked about during the budgetary planning for 25 and 26. But a large portion of that, the $38.7 million, is either dedicated to capital spending in the coming biennium, or it's restricted for specific programs. And so it's just not available for regular operational costs. So we wanted to make sure that that's very clear and that there's a plan for a large portion of that fund balance to be spent already. And then moving on to the water utility fund, and I kind of will back up a tiny bit. We're not going to cover every fund in this moment of talking about the review, but wanted to touch on the funds that we thought we would have an opportunity to talk with council about again as the biennium passed, looking at rate studies or different decisions that we need council input on. So those are the focus of tonight's presentation. And so we have talked a little bit about the water and sewer utility funds are going to have a revenue requirement study undertaken this biennium, or this year really, in 2025. And so, water-wise, operationally, revenue was ahead of what was budgeted. And primarily that's just a factor of new customers and or more consumption in the year. Expenses were under budget, and that is primarily related to when the budget was created. There was great caution taken towards repair and maintenance setting aside budget for those repairs should they be necessary, and we came in under budget in those areas, both in supplies and services and quite a few of the utilities, so that allowed us to be under budget. One thing that I will point out between all the utilities is that while the other funds will have that line on the graph that shows funding balance and or ending fund balance, and you can see it move up or down. The utilities are more dependent on many different elements in judging how well they're financially performing. Partially that's because they're very capital rich or intensive funds, and so if we looked at all their assets, most of them can only be used for as infrastructure. They're not spendable, so that fund balance are not in the utility fund graphs, but instead we look at information like if there's a prescribed bond reserve of dollars that must be set aside until the bonds are retired in full, and debt service coverage ratio, saying that there needs to be a certain amount of revenue collected above debt service to make sure that we are adequately funding and secure in being able to pay off that debt that we've got an obligation for. We always want to have an operations and maintenance reserve for emergencies and to make sure that we're well planning. And then also one element of all rate setting for utilities is the idea that, those assets that are the utilities are very invested in depreciate, and we want to make sure that we are collecting as part of the rates a certain value of that depreciating asset to replace and keep the utilities infrastructure in good health. And so that's another part that we will collect rates for that might not get spent every year. Instead, it's building up and then getting spent and then building up. So those are some of the elements there. Irrigation utility fund. I know we've talked about the irrigation utility quite a bit lately with the rate review and rate setting. Operationally, revenue-wise, against our budget was higher than we budgeted. But as far as results of expenses and revenues, they had a net expense by the end of the biennium, or for 2024. So with the rate increases that were recently implemented, that will make a big difference and help, because they're elements that we consider like debt service coverage are below where we would desire and be required to have that at. So that rate increase will help us to make sure we fund that utility appropriately. And then we move next to sewer fund. Not a lot to add here. Very similar to water, we're going to have a rate study looking at those elements that are, same thing. Revenues were a little above budget. Expenses were, not significantly necessarily, but 85% of operations budget was spent. So we had some savings there, and primarily that was due to that underspending of repair and maintenance. And then we're being cautious about looking at those different elements that we want to make sure we have the right ending fund balance to cover, like O&M, replacement of assets, debt service coverage ratio. And then why we don't have a slide for the other utility funds, one thing to point out is that we will, as you discussed earlier, there's a new process water treatment facility and a lot of new changes there. And so when we made the budget for 25-26, we kept that as equal to past practice as we could, so it was comparable. And with a little bit of caution about, we had an anticipated expenses and revenues, but we'll learn a lot more this year, I think, and have information. So as we move towards the mid-biennium review, we'll have that to amend the budget and talk to council about. And then finally, stormwater fund has not had a rate change for some time. The last increase was in 2022, and we will be making that reviewing the rates and revenue requirements there in this biennium as well to make sure that we're funding it sufficiently. Okay, and then here we'll move into just a quick review of the different funds that I think we will probably delve into a little more, or want to point out items that would be good for council to be aware. The City Streets Fund, you can see that blue line for ending fund balance is diving low, and we need to evaluate revenue streams to make sure that we can sufficiently fund the fund. And right now they have motor vehicle fuel tax that is based on gallons of fuel sold. So it's very dependent on what kind of vehicles are being driven, how much fuel is being purchased. utility tax funds, the utility streets fund, the streets fund as well, and a franchise fee. So their revenue streams are not keeping pace with the expenses in the fund, and we need to dive into new revenue streams, potentially a transportation benefit district, and that will definitely take more discussion and evaluation. The I-182 impact fee fund, most notably in that fund, the value and quantity of projects that might fit that area or do fit that area where the revenues are collected are sufficiently large. And you'll notice on the slide it says that within that boundary there's unknown funding in our past CIP of $37 million, but the receipts over a similar past 6-year period was only about $4 million. So while all the revenue funding for those projects would not necessarily come from this fund, it's kind of a good gauge of that there's a lot to do, and discussing that funding source and will be important. Moving next to ambulance, we are completing a rate analysis or a revenue requirement study in 2025. One thing that's changing in 25 or this coming biennium is the end of our SAFER grant, so that's kind of driving that ending fund balance lower, and we want to make sure we keep revenues in line with expenses. The American Rescue Plan Act Fund, which is ARPA fund, will be all spending has been obligated, and we will close that out in 2026. Just need to have all those funds spent, so that's coming close to an end. Finally, there's a cemetery fund and boulevard maintenance, and we're doing some work in the cemetery fund. You see that peak of revenue, that's interest earnings coming from the permanent fund, which is funded by people buying grave sites in the cemetery, and it did infuse cash into the cemetery fund, but we'll want to we want to keep pace with that and make sure, tabs on it to make sure that the revenues and expenses are keeping pace with each other. And then Boulevard Maintenance Fund, we do have a pilot project to kind of zero-scape a boulevard and see how we can manage that, and which will in turn, the cost side of the boulevard maintenance, which in turn will let this revenue be well used into the future and last longer. Okay. And then animal control, there's a new interlocal agreement that is being completed soon, and so the results of that interlocal agreement may change the city's contributions towards animal control fund. So that's something that we'll bring back to council. HAPO fund also, you can that's I know been a point of discussion, and during 2025 review of the HAPO reserves and activity will be pursued with the county and then addressed with council as well. The Park Development Fund, similar to the I-182 fund, there's a lot of projects that could be done related to parks and community amenities that fit that category, and the costs of especially the community parks or larger amenities are outpacing revenues coming into the Park Development Fund. Equipment operations and maintenance. In 2025, we are going to evaluate the shop rate to make sure that it can keep pace with expenses, and that is a fund that takes care of city vehicles and equipment by city employees. And then the health benefits fund, we are evaluating that carefully. We have a employee group and a cross-section of city staff that are looking at just all elements and trying to make sure, along with the financial accounting element of adequate funding and expense coverage and mitigation, we're looking at all that together. And so that will continue in 2025 and 26. And then wanted to point out, I think you'll recall that during the budget, we for 25 and 26, we purposefully contracted savings for the equipment replacement fund, just mindful of budget restraints, and so that's going to need to be a temporary reduction, and in the future we'll evaluate that more. And then, the future steps are that we are finalizing the year-end close, and we'll be able to, with that finalized information, look at capital projects, reviewing what was in the budget for this prior biennium, what continues to need to be done in 2025, and we'll come back to council with a carryover request. And we will also be setting up those new funds related to public safety, tax, permitting, the TIF construction, and TIF debt service, so that we can, be very purposeful on the accounting for that, and that will align with also just ease of reporting and quick answers for council. So we're looking forward to those changes. And then we're moving into budget to actual results for 2025 with a monthly general fund report and a quarterly report to cover all funds. Also leaning into this separation of operational versus capital activities, so that we can communicate well with council. And then if you have questions, I would be glad to try to answer them. It's very possible that we'll need to take some of those and get some information back to you too over time.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive presentation. I see Mr. Grimm and then probably Mr. Harpster, but 1 minute's your way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one general question, just back to the general fund, Ms. Buckley. The projected preliminary 2024 ending balance you said was 64 million, of which, just reading here, 38.7 is unavailable as it's already been. Does that include the reserves we're planning on spending, or is that another? I guess what I'm saying, I did the math on it. It looks like it's about $25 million balance, the 38.7 minus that, just for round numbers' sake. And does still the 13 million that we're planning on spending on reserves come out of that? So at the end of 25-26, we'd potentially just be at 12 million in reserves. If I just want to make sure I'm understanding this exactly right. And sorry, you're blinking green down there, I see.
That's okay, no problem. Yes, it is the same bucket, for lack of a better way to say it, of money. So we have that ending fund balance now as of the end of 2024, and that will carry forward into 2025 and be used through general fund spending or offset by revenues. So it is the same balance of funds.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess just one follow-up, and maybe this is something better discussed, as you said, later in our retreat or something like that. But, just thinking about you, our deputy city manager, are we getting close to where you guys are concerned a little bit, getting down to this point of 12 million? Or, I guess I don't mean to ask for an emotional response per se, but, how does this make you feel as both, finance people that I really respect?
It is something when we were building the budget, what my answer would be if you asked me, but it is definitely something that we save money for over the years, and that's kind of what we've done over the years with specific things in mind. So for example, we built quite a few new fire stations, and those things have been saved over time. Council for over 20 years did not bank their property taxes, and then in 1 year they were able to take those property taxes and be able to build large amount of capital. So usually you use fund balances, or essentially your savings account, for that reason, is you're looking out for something particular to do at some point in time. Ideally, those points in time are mostly one-time things, and here we're not looking at one-time items. So it's a little bit uncomfortable, but we do have a good cushion. And if you remember, we were talking about what the post-election economy looks like, and what a little bit more information, and then needing to revise our budget if needed.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That's all I have for now. I look forward to visiting this a little bit more at the retreat, but thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Herbst.
I appreciate the layout of the report, not just the slides, but the report that was part of the agenda packet. 'Cause as I read through, I had lots of questions that I wrote down, and then as I kept reading, they were answered. I still did have probably a dozen questions that I emailed to staff in the interest of everybody's time, Mayor. And most of it just to deepen my understanding, make sure that I'm, what my understanding is correct or not. The only question I did have for this evening that I couldn't quite reconcile is, from my understanding, looking at that budget, the planned usage of reserves was around 10 million, and then it ended up being just 700,000. And so, what was the reasoning for that outcome?
Okay. So I recognize that this slide says 700,000, but if you look at, and that's an error, if you look at the orange bands, it really went down, I believe, by about 5 million. And so between the 2 years, I believe that 700,000 had to do with 1 year instead of both years. And that has to do with the restricted. I think the hard part is we're looking at it from a couple different perspectives. We're looking at operational, and they're all important, operational impacts, revenues versus expenses, capital impacts, revenues versus expenses, and then this restricted fund balance and how that's available or not. And so we can definitely, in our response, itemize those things out so it's very clear what thing ties to which outcome, if that sounds okay.
Okay, yeah, that'd be helpful.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Zabel.
I did just want to invite council. We've had a pretty high level review of the budget, $600+ million budget and biennial budget. And the report obviously provides some additional detail, but similar to what we did with the traffic impact fees, want to give council an opportunity for those that have the time and want to dig a little bit deeper into a small group meeting, 3-2-2 type meeting. If all 7 want to come, we could do it over 3 meetings, but give you an opportunity to really be able to dig in. And we've talked to Councilmember Harpster about that already, and we're probably setting up something for early or later part of this week, probably Thursday-ish, or early next week, depending on how many council wants to take us up on that offer. I think it's really important for council to have a good understanding of this information before we go into the retreat, because I think the retreat's going to be a little more focused on potential solutions and evaluating those and discussing those, both from a practical and political standpoint.
Thank you, Mr. Zebel. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'd look forward to having a meeting like that, because I guess I'm a little confused based on previous presentations, because I look at it as, I guess we had a $3.3 million deficit in 2023, but then somehow it really just equates to $700,000 now. And I'm thinking, I saw the presentation where you guys presented the budget 2 years ago and said it was going to be close to 10 mil. We said we really didn't have a $10 million deficit. So I'm thinking, well, shouldn't we have $10 million more in the bank? So maybe, I guess I'm just missing something, because then that doesn't really equate to, I believe, what our general fund reserve currently was when we did the last budget, which was somewhere around, $28-30 million. And then I kind of wanted to know what portion of that is that $12 million in an economic development fund. Is that part of the reserve amount in here?
Not here, because this is just the general fund, right, on this slide. So
I guess I would like to know what is it our actual reserve of money we have available to us?
I think we'll want to line that out so you can see by fund what is reserved and available, because we can't use one fund's, like the general fund versus the economic development fund. We can't use economic development fund for general fund purposes. So we want to be very careful on making sure it's clear of what funds are available for which purpose.
Okay.
So
yeah, because the way it's presented today, it looks like everything's healthy, which depends on your perspective, like you were talking about. And I don't want to take that from this, like, oh, hey, actually we're fine, but we still need to watch what we're doing. So I guess I really want to know what all the numbers are. I guess there's a difference between the Economic Development Fund. I think there was a presentation where it was presented to us to take that, hey, well, we have this $12 million that essentially we could transfer out at one point if we wanted to cover anything. And so in my mind, I'm like, okay, so I guess I need to know, I would like to know all those numbers, all those values, so that I can wrap my head around what's in reserves, what it's going to be, essentially what's being used for other stuff. It seems like there's a lot of pass-through stuff. We didn't spend some of that money or expend it out during the last biennium. That's the reason really why we have this, perceived $64 million, but that's not really the case.
And timing does make a huge difference. And when we make the carryover budget requests, that will help a little bit too. But you're right, there are a lot of items to consider.
Right. The other question I had was with the ARPA funds, and it looked like that was being used to support the Navigator program. So is that in jeopardy of not being a program in future years once we expend those ARPA funds?
That would be a decision that would have to be part of the, a consideration of the funding source. And it's right now as part of the ambulance fund, and then the ambulance fund is being reimbursed for that cost through the ARPA fund. But you are correct that once that funding source goes away, there'd need to be a different one.
Did we use any ARPA funds for any operations?
ARPA funds for any operations? No.
No. Okay. And then the last one was, the last couple of years we've been rolling on all cylinders. We've had Amazon, we've had Dairy Gold, so we've had a lot of construction. And that brings in the sales tax. With a couple of those projects, we're not having any more expansions or anything. Well, nothing that we can see right now. Should we be worried to an extent of seeing that increase of $3.2 million going down, or kind of just plateauing a little bit in future years?
I think you've already seen the sales tax from those big construction projects kind of plateauing. Like, for example, Dairy Gold is a project that has a lot of components. It's a big ticket item, but not all of them are, many components are sales tax exempt. And so we would not receive any construction sales tax from Dairy Gold. So if you're worried about a high peak from just that specific project and then a drop, it's not as high of a drop, but a drop nonetheless. And those are accounted for in our new budget. So you will see the accounting for some of the big projects that we've had and that one-time funding that they usually bring. In years past, many times we would have just 1 year where they would be building a school. Mm-hmm. And so those are the things that we would be getting, and we would time that out and estimate the sales tax. We've been fortunate in the last 4 or 5 years that we've had a string of industrial projects that bring that one-time sales tax. So we do account for that as we're accounting for our revenue. But you're right, if there's none of those projects that are happening in future years, then you would expect to see the drop. But it really depends on what type of projects they are. Like I mentioned, in years past, it would be a school district project that would bring in that peak, and now we have a much more diverse industry base. So it's great, but it also makes it a little bit hard to predict.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. I think, there's definitely a couple items on here that we'll take offline, but I'm glad to see animal control costs are somewhat coming under budget, but I do know that's came up a few times where we just kind of have like a, I guess if a dog or animal needs to be worked on, they pretty much just have like a blank check. Obviously, structural deficits, the ambulance fund, I think we need to look at. What about that county assistance money? Is that something of concern? It went from 460,000 to 82,000, and now it's pretty much zero.
It's just, it's not a concern in that it is not a huge amount of money for the general fund, but it does result in there being less money coming into the general fund. So I believe when we were budgeting 2025, we did not have the information that it was going to disappear, and we budgeted about $200,000.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take my other questions offline. Thank you guys for your presentation.
Mayor, if I could address the Economic Development fund balance. I just want to assure you that there's different ways of restricting a fund. One is if it's a debt proceed, you cannot use it for operations because the bondholders gave us the money to build something. There's many state laws, so if it's a gas tax, you cannot just use it for any operation. It has to be related to street maintenance, things like that. However, our Economic Development Fund, we did move that $10, $12 million that we talked about from General Fund to Economic Development Fund for a purpose. And we're still working on that purpose, but there's other avenues of solution there. And if council chooses to in the future, you can change. This is a council action, so you can choose to move it back. So it's essentially a different savings account, but you are not restricted by any bondholders or state law or federal law.
Thank you for that clarification. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I know as a business owner, I look at numbers all day long, it seems like. So I'd love to sit down and next week, obviously not this week, it's kind of booked, but next week and go over it just because there's so much. Obviously my reports are a lot smaller than yours, but I just want to say I did appreciate the report. And then I know what Councilman Perales was talking about. I kind of took his question was more like, the people coming in to do these projects, the amount of money that they're spending locally, and was there any concern? Because I know there's times where people come in from different states on big projects and, they'll plop down thousands and thousands of dollars on tools or supplies, stuff like that. So I don't know if that's exactly where he was going with it, but I kind of thought in that degree, or are you guys any kind of worried? Because there's some of these projects have been hugely effective even for us when you have local projects that are really big and there's a lot of money, and then once it's done, we don't see any of those big PO numbers. So again, I don't know if that was exactly where he was going, but that was kind of what I was thinking. Is there any concern when these things come to an end that the local economy will go down more as far as the sales tax revenue, or what are you guys feeling?
It definitely, if we go without a period where there's not any large investment, the peaks that we've seen in recent times are unusual. And unusual for any city, unusual for us. But we do have a lot of industrial land and a lot of interest in the area. We have accounted for, I believe we have accounted for less or lack of any major construction projects. So how the money comes to the city, especially if it's industrial. So if it's commercial, you're seeing sales tax on an annual basis. If it's industrial, if it's a home, then you're seeing one-time construction sales tax. And we have accounted for the reduction in sales tax in our future sales tax projections. But our commercial base overall is growing as well. So yes, it's a concern, but it's a concern that is accounted for in our budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no further lights, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With no public comment on this, we'll move on to item D, which is resolution. Professional services agreement with Consort North America, Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass Pedestrian Bicycle Access Project. Back to Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This item pertains to a pedestrian and bicycle bridge proposed to be built along Sylvester Street, linking the east and west segment of the corridor as we cross 395. Currently, there is a narrow bridge that does not accommodate pedestrian and bicycle facilities, and of course is non-ADA compliant. A previous project that is just about completed has created pedestrian and bicycle facilities along the corridor, and this is a little gap that we have. So we have full funding for this project, and the funding has been received through 2 state grants and just a minor local contribution. At this time, we are presenting to you a professional services agreement with Consort. They are a selected consultant that will perform design if this contract is approved. The scope of this contract is for preliminary engineering up to 30%, so it's not a full design. And it is allowing us to do an analysis on the preferred alternative for installing that bridge, coordinating with DOT, doing outreach, doing all the site investigation that is required, from cultural resources to survey to geotechnical and so on. This contract, as proposed, is for a dollar amount just under $365,000. So I will move forward to show funding as received from the two grants, local contribution for $80,000. So this is just under $4 million in this project overall. We anticipate the design will be in the order of $600,000 if my eyes allow me to see that number. Let me confirm. Yes, so $540,000 is what we anticipate will be the cost for design, but at this time the agreement is for a lesser amount to allow us to get through the selection process, preliminary investigation, and this conceptual and early design to 30%. And with that, I am happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Mr. Harpster.
Just one question. Did Consort do the design of the Sylvester Street improvements project that just wrapped recently?
They did not. There was a selection done through a request for qualifications, which is standard practice for projects in engineering. And while the designer that did the design for Sylvester Street corridor competed, they were not recommended for selection from the committee that did the analysis of their qualifications and interviews and so on. Some of the criteria that was used for the selection had to do with bridge construction and bridge design, and Consort was selected as the most qualified consultant on that realm.
Okay, so just read back. They weren't necessarily the best for the previous project, but because of this being a bridge specifically, they were the most seemingly qualified to take this on.
I think I understood that. Consort was deemed the most qualified for the bridge design. The prior consultant that did the corridor had a lot of experience doing corridors, not so much the bridges.
Okay, yeah, we're on the same page.
Okay,
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to say, Director Sarah, thank you for getting this grant and all your work on that. I know there's some places in the city where the commuters would love to see some overpass infrastructure improvement, but just hearing you discuss this tonight, I'm thinking of a high school student, my very first week on council or so. I'll call him Mr. C because he's a minor, I assume, but was just talking about walking over that overpass and just how narrow and dangerous it is. And here he is, quote, "Today I was walking home from practice. It was raining. I almost got run over 4 times walking over the bridge." And then he even highlights that 4 times. And so, you know, that corridor borders my district. I drive it every single day. And with all the rest of the Sylvester Street projects that even Mr. Harpster was talking about, that was obviously a missing piece of the whole thing. And so I think, I mean, I can say just about every time I drive over there, there's nearly somebody walking or riding a bicycle over. So that is one area. I appreciate some of the conversation we had earlier about unused improvements, but I believe this one, being, you think about it, one of only 3 places to cross that highway that runs east-west in all of Pasco, being Court, and I guess Argent doesn't really cross it, but I think this is an important infrastructure improvement that will get used. I appreciate your work on this. You're getting the grant for us and keeping our local funds to just $80,000, if I saw that correctly. So thank you so much, Director Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Thank you for the pre-inventory on that project. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I also want to just echo Councilman Grimm's. I also use Sylvester quite a lot, as in usually twice a day. And even though I haven't hardly seen any bikes, I do see pedestrians quite a lot trying to go over that bridge. So, yeah, I'm glad to see it's on there, and glad to see we're finally addressing the situation, because you do wonder about how close cars are getting and people don't seem to want to stop for the pedestrians because they're hugging the shoulder there. So anyway, very glad to see this. So thank you. Thank you to all your staff as well.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With no public comment, we'll move on to item E, which is a resolution. It's project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project, and that's also coming from you, Ms. Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I will be brief, but please feel free to ask questions at the end. I will try to be as brief as possible. So this project is associated with our irrigation utility. As you have been hearing me talk about irrigation recently, we rely on both river water as well as wells. This project was one of those projects recommended by the 2018 study on well capacity improvements, and there were 3 wells that were targeted for these improvements, and they're shown in yellow boxes in your screen, and those are Northwest Commons well, Village at Pasco Heights well, and the I-182 well. So these 3 wells were the top priority for rehabilitation and improvements. We can right-size the pumps that were being used in those pumps and perform some rehabilitation. And because everybody loves the before and after, you are seeing some pictures of the before, where you see a lot of things accumulated in that screen in the well, and then the completed work towards the bottom right of your screen. That is a clean well. Same is true for the other wells, so I keep on showing you some incrustation and other things occurring in that well, the bottom of the well, maybe showing some debris. And then once it's been cleaned and completed, as part of the work, we also pull those pumps, replace motors, did upgrades that were needed, replace filters, or whatever else was necessary to make sure that these wells were performing adequately. This is the 3rd one. Again, you can see the difference between before and after. And so today we are presenting to you this project as a project that is completed, and to accept the work of Carpenter Drilling Company, and their work had been awarded at $517, I'm rounding, $1,000. There were a handful of change orders, including a change in tax that occurred while the project was occurring, as well as some newly identified needs to repair those pumps. When we pulled them out, there was additional work from what we had planned for. Ultimately, the total dollar amount in change orders is just under $4,000, with a total construction contract cost of $521,000. So that is the work Carpenter Drilling performed for us in these 3 wells. There is also a report from the consultants that recommended this work and have analyzed the performance of those wells for another set of wells that could be monitored and potentially needing rehabilitation in a future phase. But for the time being, this project is completed, and we hope to accept the work of the contractor and release retainage and allow them to just receive their bonds back. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions of Director Sarah? Seeing none, do we have any questions or comments from the public on this one? Going once, going twice, 3rd time. With that, we'll move on to item F, which is another resolution. River Shore Sewer Interceptor Upsizing Phase 1 Design Loan Acceptance. Back to you, Ms. Sarah.
Thank you so much. Good evening. This is the last item for me, I promise. So in this case, we're talking about a funding award for work to be performed in our sewers collection system. You are seeing a map from the Comprehensive Sewer System Plan that identifies an interceptor that runs on the southern end of the city, running from the west end of the city to the 9th and Washington lift station, which then conducts that wastewater into our wastewater treatment plant. So through the analysis of the 20-year projections for demands, that whole interceptor will be a bottleneck. And so we have identified the priority 3 segments that we could move forward with design and applied for a low interest loan from the Department of Ecology. Okay, so you're seeing the 3 segments. There's 2 segments right around the Blue Bridge crossing, just under there, and then further west, another segment. Those 3 together are about 10,000 feet of main line that needs to be replaced for an upsize pipe to avoid any near-term bottlenecks and any kind of surcharge in those manholes. So the award from the Department of Ecology is just under $1.3 million at a 20-year loan with 1.2% interest. This is a very affordable loan from the Department of Ecology. It's similar to other awards we have received and utilized for other sewer infrastructure in the recent past. The agreement with the Department of Ecology is a standard format, and it includes all needs for the project for the pre-construction. So it covers design, geotechnical exploration, again, cultural resources work, any permitting work, and the design itself. And there are some efficiencies with doing more than one segment at once so that we can better utilize our dollars and perform more work with one selection for a consultant and just moving on with a process that is typically lengthy. I mentioned that this is although it's only 3 segments and it looks small in the map, it's about 10,000 feet of pipeline that needs to be replaced. Currently, that pipeline is between 30 and 36 inch, and we're looking at somewhere between 48 and 54 inches. The final design will determine the size of that pipeline depending on slopes and also what areas we anticipate will be connected to this system. This interceptor, I failed to mention this. This interceptor really connects all these main lines that are coming from the northern area of the city and across the city and collects all that and takes it to the wastewater treatment plant. So really, it is a reflection of the growth that is happening not adjacent to this pipeline, but really throughout the sewer system, because really it connects all those other pipes. It's like it's a consolidation of all that flow that gets to this line. Okay, and with that, I am happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Seeing no lights, do we have any questions or comments of the public? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, you're finally off the hook, Ms. Sarah. That moves us on to item 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Mr. Zabel, do you have anything to kick us off?
I do have a couple just quick items, and one, I'm so glad I'm back here because the animal shelter, all the animals are relocated this week, so I got to see it. So, yeah, it was still under construction when I left, and there you go. But we do have a couple of more of the community meetings that PD is hosting. Those were mentioned earlier tonight. So Tuesday, tomorrow 6 p.m. at the Grange Hall, and then Thursday at Franklin County Museum at 1 p.m. So a couple more opportunities to attend that. And then just another piece on the animal control. So one of the things that in taking this over the city, meaning the operation of it, staff has clearly worked very hard to professional,ize that operation. And a little bit of a storied history with what's happened over the last 20 years out there. One of the things that staff's worked really hard on doing is getting the proper certifications of the animal control officers. So we did have a couple graduate. Sherry Jackson and Chris Ferguson completed Washington State Criminal Justice Training Center Animal Control Officer Academy. I have a couple more going to next year's academy as well. So we continue to see good improvements, not just the facility, but also the professionalism of staff at that facility.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. I see Mr. Graham, your light's on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just kind of want to throw it out here. I know we're discussing our retreat a little bit tonight, and I, know that eats up a fair amount of our Saturday. And just I may get booed out of here, but think about, I'm just so used to coming here on Mondays, and if next Monday, if we have that much on our list and next Monday's available and people don't have other plans, it might save a bunch of our Saturday, if many of us are used to that. I can only speak for myself. Again, maybe the rest of you all boo me out of here, but I was thinking that may alleviate some of that Saturday time if we have enough on the agenda. And then just another thing I would love council to start thinking at some point is the fluoride in our water. There is a lot. I'm looking at a National Institute of Health. This is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I mean, a study that was started 10 years ago, and it says that with moderate children, that high levels of fluoride exposure, such as drinking water containing more than 1.5 milligrams of fluoride per liter, are associated with lower IQ children. And I think not only just this study that they spent a decade doing, but there's so much information out there that is something that we should potentially look at in removing from our water here in the city of Pasco. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Certainly happy to explore the fluoride, so at least you got some support over here. I didn't quite follow. Are you asking that we potentially shift some of Saturday to Monday if our agenda's light? Is that your request?
Well, next Monday, I'm pretty sure, is the 5th Monday of the month, Mr. Mayor. So,
okay.
Yeah, and so, I mean, just in my schedule, this is me every Monday, and so if we can free up some of that Saturday, and if we have that much, Mr. Mayor, that's what I was thinking. Thank you.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I'll kind of defer to staff on that. I'm open to exploring that. Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I would express my support for that as well. Sort of I guess a pre-retreat to get started on some things. I did want to know from my fellow council members that they had topics they wanted to discuss at the retreat. I was discussing items with Mr. Zabel earlier, and he'd indicated that the staff's struggling a little bit with all the different desires of the 7 of us to kind of get a consensus of items to discuss at the retreat, of which we've got limited time. And so, for me personally, I wanted to ensure that we discuss the budget and then Broadmoor development area. That's all I've got on my list, but if maybe anybody's got anything else that they want to ensure we discuss, maybe we can come to a consensus on a few items, not 10 or 20, but a few, because I'm guessing that we're concerned about similar issues for the most part.
Thank you, Mr. Harpster. Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm also open on next Monday if it's up to the staff. If you think you want to do something, I mean, we come here on Monday anyway. So I'm just saying, I'm more than welcome with that. Since I've been on council, I've been for the removing fluoride, but again, it kind of never went anywhere when I brought it up at other retreats. So I'm definitely be a vote on that. And yeah, I guess my 2 big things would be also the Broadmoor development, and then maybe having a better discussion on the HAPO Center where council would like to go with that. It's kind of important to me on those 2 topics. Other than that, I'm pretty much, that's my main goal in this retreat.
Thank you, Mr. Milne. Ms. Blaisdell.
I am in agreement with both what everybody said. But I do want to talk about, prior to Mr. Zabel coming back, we had talked about getting information regarding the levy lid lift and relieving some pressure on the budget and focusing on public safety. I'm still interested in getting some information regarding that, and I'd like to talk about it in our retreat.
Thank you. Mr. Perales.
Thank you. Yeah, I would be in favor of coming next Monday and doing like a kind of a pre-retreat prior to the April retreat. I think that would be beneficial. I have Mondays carved out to be here as well. So no, I think that would be good. And I really would just like to know what the list is of items that we're going to discuss at the retreat. And, I think we could all go through and say, don't want to talk about that one. Just kind of prioritize what we want to tackle, I guess, in the next year and a half. I think that would be beneficial. And I will also be in favor of bringing a presentation or item to us to evaluate taking fluoride out of the water. I have been asked that by many residents, and obviously it's a controversial issue, and I'm not going to sit up here and say I'm a scientist or anything, but I think we can all do our own research, and we represent people in the city of Pasco. We got voted in, and these are some of these items people care about, but they are controversial. So I think it'd be beneficial to explore that and look to bring that maybe to a future item where we can vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. So it sounds like direction as the fluoride is, it's worth exploring. So any clarification on that?
We could certainly come back with discussion on fluoride. Council, as past councils have discussed that item previously. So.
Right. So I don't know that it's one of those pressing issues that's going to overtake any of the other ones that we have that are pressing issues. Is that a nod, Mr. Graham, that it is a pressing issue?
That is, I totally agree, Mr. Mayor. Those other issues are more pressing, but it'd be nice to get done by the end of the year if we can.
That's about where I was going to pivot. Maybe late summer or fall, or if so be it, pushed to the end of the year. So just something on the warm radar. As to Monday, I guess the question that I have for staff is are you prepared to present a pre-retreat on Monday? I know we have an outside facilitator or someone, Mr. Mercier is going to participate at some level on this. Obviously, you can't just pivot to Monday, presumably.
Yeah, if I could, Mr. Mayor, there's probably a couple items we could, if that's something council wants to do. I don't know that we need the facilitator here to talk about a couple of these very specific items. Budget, I don't think we would be ready for. We want to do the mini budget for those discussions, for those council members want to get in there, and then we're still evaluating some of the options to share with you. And we probably need a little bit more time than to try to turn that around by Monday night and do a really good job for you. But there's a couple items, probably executive session items, in fact, having to do with real estate and so forth, that relate to items you brought up tonight, and a couple more we can think of. So if you could give us maybe tomorrow to talk among ourselves, see which ones we could be ready for. We can get a little poll out to you as to if that's going to be worth your while. We could probably cut it hour and a half, maybe 2 hours off the retreat with a little bit of time on Monday night.
So I appreciate that. Speaking for me, I'm not interested in coming in an extra Monday and then a Saturday as well. Just to be straight honest, if we're going to cut a significant portion of the time, I think there's value. But if it's cut 45 minutes out of a 4-hour retreat, then let's just be there for 4 hours. That's my take. And obviously, you all, I'll defer to your ability to organize whether or not, you can get something together, pulled together for Monday, whether it's an executive session that's extended or if it's simply whatever it is. Just send us an email, pulse us. Ms. Barajas, I see.
Yeah, just wanted to agree with you in regards to the fifth Monday. That would be a no for me. If we can tackle as much as we can tackle over the weekend, that would be perfect. And any other pending items, move them to the following council meeting on a Monday. That's my preference. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Officer, quickly.
I'll just add, and I'm not looking to be argumentative, but you've got 5 council members who want to meet next Monday. So it's more than a quorum. So do we need some official action to ensure we meet next Monday?
Sounds like you need to make a motion.
Okay. I make a motion that we hold a city council workshop meeting on Monday, March 31st at 7 p.m.
I'll second that.
Got a second by Mr. Miller. Let's do a roll call, I guess.
Councilmember Blaisdell.
No.
Councilmember Grimm.
Yes.
Councilmember Harpster.
Yes.
Councilmember Perales.
Yes.
Councilmember Barajas.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano.
No.
So it's 4-3, and that means we'll have a meeting or a workshop.
Sounds good. With that, that takes us to item number 7, which is our executive session. It's the discussion with legal counsel regarding agency enforcement actions about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1 Roman numeral 1 or I. Do we have a need for a break before 5 minutes? That puts us starting that at 8:33. I see it's listed for 45, but I've been told I think we can get through in 25. And I'm happy. I'm going to caveat this, Mr. Ferguson. I'm calling it for 25 with the anticipation that we will extend. So, take the time you need. So let's see, at 8:38 plus 45 minutes, that's like 9 something. I'm not a math guy. I'm sure someone will figure that out in like 9. 13-ish, 18-ish, 19s. We'll see you back in a while. It's almost 9:03. We're going to extend for 10 more minutes, taking us to 9:13. Welcome to the City of Pasco Council regular meeting of Monday, April 7th, 2025. Thank you to those who are joining us both live and on the television. City Council really thanks you for being a part of our government. At workshop, I don't know why I've got that one. That's fine. I got it. At regular meetings, the City Council takes action on formal items, holds public hearings, and conducts other business of the city. Agenda packets are available for those following along online at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those present, there is a table in back and a sign that says agendas. This meeting is being televised on PSC-TV channel 191 on Spectrum Cable in Pasco and Richland, and is streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Barajas.
She is excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Blaisdell.
Present.
Councilmember Grimm.
Here.
Councilmember Harpster.
He is also excused.
Thank you. Councilmember Perales.
Should be joining us via technology. Leo, can you hear us? Give it a quick minute. If we can't get it, we'll circle back to him.
Yes. How about Mayor Pro Tem Milne
I am present.
and Mayor Serrano?
I'm here.
Great.
With that, it looks like give Angela one more minute. Okay. Is he muted or we muted him? Or okay. Mr. Perales, if you can hear us, it sounds like you're muted. And I think you've got that control function. Yeah, apparently he can handle that himself. let's go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance, and after that, Mr. Strong, maybe you can work to unmute Mr. Perales. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We'll sit tight 1 second for Mr. Perales. Nola. Go ahead, Angela.
Councilmember Perales, your mic is available on your side.
So, I guess Ms. Blaisdell, if he shoots you any updates, let us know. I guess I don't know how long to try to figure this out. For now, let's go ahead and okay, it looks like he signed off. Might be signing back in. With that, we'll move on to item number 4, which is our consent agenda. All items listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the City Council and will be enacted by a roll call vote as one motion as listed in the agenda. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If further discussion is desired by council members, the consent agenda may be removed from the item may be removed from the consent agenda to the regular agenda and considered separately. So with that, we've got a handful of items. Item A is approval of meeting minutes from March 17th, March 22nd, March 24th, and March 31st, 2025. Item B is bills and communications, approving the claims in the total amount of $6,863,149.92. Item C is resolution number 4582, River Shore Sewer Interceptor upsizing Phase 1 design loan acceptance. Item D is resolution number 4583, professional services agreement with Consor North America Inc. for design services for the Sylvester Street Overpass pedestrian bicycle path pedestrian bicycle access project, excuse me. Item E is resolution number 4584, project acceptance for the well capacity upgrades project. Item F is resolution number 4585, agreement with Burnham for tax credit proceeds transfer. Before we make a motion, two things. One, do we have any update on Mr. Perales? It appears not. I see you. Oh, Leo, we got you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
There we go. Thank you much. Good evening.
Good evening. So I just rolled through the consent agenda. Do you have any items you wish to remove from there?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else have any items they wish to remove? With hearing none, Mr. Melny, can you get us a motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve the consent agenda as read.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Melny and a second by Ms. Blaisdell. And as I said, that'll come in a roll call form. So, Ms. Clerk.
Councilmember Blaisdell?
Yes.
Councilmember Grimm?
Yes.
Councilmember Perales?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne?
Yes.
And Mayor Serrano?
Yes.
It passes unanimously. Thank you.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you for that. Next item is item 5, proclamations, acknowledgements. They're none listed. That opens us to number 6, which is our public comments period. The public may address council on any item unless it relates to a later scheduled public hearing. This item is allowed to provided to allow the opportunity to bring items to city council or to express an opinion on an issue. Its purpose is not to provide a venue for debate or the posing of questions with the expectation of an immediate response. Some questions require consideration by council over time and after a deliberative process with input from a number of different sources. Some questions are best directed to staff members who have access to specific information. Citizen comments will be limited to 3 minutes, which I'll follow that, and Ms. Clerk will so kindly help us keep time. Those with lengthy messages are invited to summarize their comments or submit written information for council consideration outside of formal meetings. Lastly, when you step up to the microphone for your comment, please provide your name and your county of residence. With that, we are open for public comment. Yes, sir. I see the mic's bent down, so if you can bend it up, and then there's also like a little speaker thing. There we go. We're red. We're good to go.
My name's Dennis Brown, Franklin County resident. Okay, so I'm burning my 3 minutes. I had to have AI write me up a summary of what I want to say because I'm not that clever. So to begin with, it's curb ramps. I live in a part of town where they put the endless curb, and it's quite annoying. So here's what we have. Curb ramps are essential for providing smooth and safe access to your driveway by addressing several key issues. Protection of car suspension. Without a curb ramp, driving over the abrupt edge of a curb can cause significant impact on the car suspension system. This repeated jarring can lead to premature wear and tear on shock struts and other suspension components, potentially resulting in costly repairs and a less comfortable ride. Curb ramps effectively bridge the gap between the street and the driveway, creating a gradual incline that allows your car suspension to compress and decompress, blah, blah, blah. Prevention of scraping low-riding vehicles, in particular, are susceptible to scraping their front bumpers, undercarriage, and even the exhaust systems when navigating the sharp angle of a curb. Curb ramps eliminate this risk by providing a gentler slope, making the transition without contact, preserving your vehicle's paintwork and structural integrity. I have a sedan, and I still bump on it if I hit it wrong. Reduced jolting for individuals. The sudden upward and downward motion experienced when driving over a curb can be particularly uncomfortable and even painful for older individuals. The impact can jolt the body, potentially exacerbating existing back or neck injuries problems. Curb ramps significantly reduce this abruptness, allowing for a smoother and more comfortable transition into and out of the driveway. This consideration is crucial for maintaining the comfort and well-being of elderly passengers and drivers. Not just about convenience, they actively protect your vehicle from damage, prevent frustrating scrapes, and enhance the comfort and safety. So on that note, I'd like to see something in the code that allows me to install curb ramps, because currently at this time there aren't any. I found that out a couple of years ago when I tried to put a concrete one in and had to tear it out. Lessons learned. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for bringing that to our attention, and I know staff's diligently taking notes, and something that we can address in the future. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Here's a couple of examples. I did.
Oh, okay.
It's two sets of shoes.
With that, do we have any further public comments? Go ahead, Ms. Mahoney. And make sure the mic's on. Looks like it's off. There you go.
Is it on? Yeah. Mary Mahoney, Pasco resident, 2 Pasco, RCW 42.56. Provide permits for Pasco and Hayden Homes to kill our 8 floodplain American bald eagles and eaglets. Provide a 404 permit for floodplain Road 48 Park, floodplain sewer, and for resolution number 4582, provide all LID designs for Pearl Street, past and present, and for my property, indicating harassment and retaliation. Provide an LID and or ULID start date and cost for my property. Seaforced LID Pasco City Council meeting on 5/23/22 and public comments hands off to Pasco and developers. With the Pasco Aquatic Center, how much is ex-Pasco Mayor Matt Watkins paid at a rate of $10,390 per month plus travel expenses? What's the total cost of the wow factor or wave machine, costing $22 million to $280 million, while Yakima's Aquatic Center, opening in June, costs only $10.8 million total? Pasco CIP budget is well over $500 million, yet there's no money for a homeless shelter for people and no money for a low-cost spay-neuter clinic for dogs and cats. With animal control, provided permit for Tri-City Animal Services to operate as an animal research provider include Angela Zeiler's animal holding facility plans for WSU. See Zeiler's quote in the Tri-City Herald. See Zegan Zeiler's WSU Buncher files and WSU dog videos extending well over 30 years. See Pasco City Council meeting 4119 with Pasco City Attorney Lee Kerr, authorization of new due process at animal control that results in unlawful seizures. Dogs are killed and or sent to WSU for research. See Bell, Kilo, Jake, and many, many more. See animal control botched euthanasias they call popcorning the dogs and cats, or also called a violent, painful way to die. Provide Zegan Zeiler's humane euthanasia certifications as required by the Animal Welfare Act. Provide TCAS insurance and Pasco's cat bonds. Provide results for 48 counts of animal cruelty, theft of $375,000, and the missing rainy day fund at Animal Control. See Chambers, Howard, Hernandez, and Angela Zeiler. For questions, call Pasco's Lee Kerr at 509-735-1542. For a list of animal research providers to WSU, including bogus rescues, call WSU President 509-335-4200. Call Dr. Guy Palmer at WSU and at Paul Allen School of Global Animal Health, 509-432-3385. My comments tonight are for the record and to put Pasco on notice.
Thank you. Do we have any additional public comments? Going once, going twice, third time, all right. Thank you. With that, we'll move on to item number 7, which is reports from committees or officers. Mr. Prowlis, do you have anything to report?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaisdell.
Considering we haven't really met for the last 2 weeks, I have quite a bit. So I did attend Visit Tri-Cities meeting. We are looking for Ironman volunteers. I believe it's not till September, but they need many more volunteers this year versus last year to keep the event going. I also attended the Tri-City Regional luncheon and annual meeting, and then a ribbon cutting in downtown Pasco for Lucky Leaf. I believe it's their second location for Pasco. And I am happy to say Pasco High Dance Team took place in state in show and hip hop and third in Palm. So that was, again, a major accomplishment for those kids. So that's all I have.
Thank you. With that, I guess that goes to me. I too attended the Lucky Leaf opening. Had a nice chat with either the owner or the manager, Slim, I believe is his name, and it's good. Well, sorry. It's good to see folks who stay in town or leave town and come back and want to participate in the business community. So I appreciate that. And again, it was a great conversation. I also today attended the Pasco Aviation Celebration. Yesterday marked 99 years of commercial aviation, starting with mail, which went from Pasco to Elko, Nevada, back when there was obviously no GPS, really rudimentary, if any maps. And so these guys were real cowboys of the West, willingly taking what was a 5.5 hour flight, which I'm sure now would probably be an hour and 40 minutes, give or take. And really were that innovation. And my message to the community today was, and especially to our next generation, is as the Port of Pasco looks to expand, as the city is looking at, with our RNG facility, with the PWRF, there's opportunity to be on the cutting edge of innovation here in the Tri-Cities. You can leave, that's great, but hopefully you'll come back with something more, or you can stay and there's opportunity for you. And I think that spirit of innovation that we had 99 years ago as the port and as the Aviation Museum seeks to share that 100-year flight over the course of the next year, hopefully that spirit of enthusiasm, excitement, and innovation, and maybe a little bit of Wild West cowboy resides in, the leadership here, as well as the next generation. And I'm hopeful that our kids can get that message that, sure, go ahead and go off, but come back and bring something, or again, stay here and be on that cutting edge as we look to expand what the city offers. So I'm excited to see what the Aviation Museum is going to do over the next year. The culminating events will be April 6th of 2026, as well as May 15th and 16th. And I look forward to our partnership with them. So with that, I think that's all I have. And I did ask for Mr. Prowl. So moving on to item 8, hearings and council action on ordinances and resolutions relating thereto. I've got a single item here. Item A, public hearing and resolution number 4586, surplus and transfer of city-owned personal property to a government agency. And Chief Crowley, or it's Captain, right? Deputy Chief. I'm sorry, Mort.
That's okay.
I just like Mort. Deputy Chief Mortensen, I apologize.
That works too. Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing me the time tonight to talk about a couple of fleet proposals we have out of the fire department. Before we do that, I do want to thank you again. I haven't had a chance to talk to you too much about your presence and representation at our push-in ceremonies. That was a really big hit, and having your representation there meant a lot. It was a highlight. So appreciate the speeches and the extra effort too. I think we needed every last bit of muscle. So with that, though, we wanted to talk about our transition with some of those pieces of apparatus and some of the analysis we've done. And tonight we have, let me make sure I can do this. We have 2 pieces of apparatus that we want to talk about tonight. And when we were doing our analysis at the beginning of the year and getting ready for the biennium budget proposal, we really were taking a look at what we need in the department versus what we want and where we want to go in the next couple of years. And what we found out is we have a couple of pieces of apparatus that were heading towards the end of their life cycle, and then a couple that are in reserve. And it's nice to have that reserve, but we really do need some funding in the future for some new apparatus. And given the state of our budget and the economy, national economy all the way down, we're trying to be responsible with what we have and plan out the future. And we saw an opportunity to move a couple of pieces of apparatus that's going to allow us that opportunity to take a look at some newer pieces in the future. First one I want to talk about tonight is our we call our spill response boat, and we got this on a Department of Ecology grant in 2020. And the purpose of the boat the council approved was to carry what we call boom on that, and that's to go out and contain any oil spills or any spills out on the river, waterways that need mitigated, and it kind of just confines that and keeps it in place. What we found was, while it is very useful, we haven't really had that opportunity. The numbers haven't been there to really demonstrate that we need this vessel still in our fleet. Now, we did put in the electronics on that, so the grant covered the motors, the power plants, the vessel itself, and then the rest of it we had to take care of. So all the electronics and everything were borne from the City of Pasco budget. And that was about $45,000. So we're taking a look at that, and what it's turned into is more of a backup boat for us, just because those numbers on our responses aren't quite there. So with that, when it comes in, we do have to start budgeting and planning for its replacement. And it's roughly a 10-year life cycle before we start having to take a look at the motors, and then taking a look at the electronics and getting those updated. So while the boat didn't cost us anything, the replacement plan in the future is something that we have to save for. Ongoing maintenance costs, there's not a whole lot to it, but it is maintenance costs that we have to go through. The oil changes, making sure all the pumps and everything are working. So there are costs associated with that taking a look at what we can eliminate, that's something we can do. I do want to go back. So before we say, hold on a second, we don't have any deployment capabilities now, or we don't have the ability to mitigate a spill response. Our primary vessel can carry the boom that I was talking about earlier. Plus, it's kind of a dualistic purpose. It works really, really well as a rescue. Plus, we have the ability to go out there and handle some of those spills. And that's what we did before 2020 when we got this grant. This was just really a boat that was designed more towards that and not necessarily towards rescue. So our primary vessel right now does both, and we feel comfortable with that. So when we're going through this and, saying what could we do with this, we got a hold of the Department of Ecology, and they said there's a couple different options you guys can take a look at. The easiest option for you, just for simplicity, is to transfer it to another agency, either governmental, somebody who can go out and their job is to clean up spills or have that for that capacity. So started asking around, and Chelan County Fire District 7, who's up there, they take care of the fires, the shoreline of Lake Chelan. They expressed a lot of interest, and so they went to their commissioners and said, hey, what would this look like? And what we did was we also, I think, let me see what that's going back to. So they went up there, their commissioners took a look at it. I did want to recover some of the funding on our electronics, and it's probably in the PowerPoint here in a second. But we did make a deal. So looking at the depreciation value on those electronics, what we did was we took some of the newer equipment off of the boat we're talking about right now. We refreshed the electronics on our older one. And so they're getting a boat that does have electronics in it, but in the whole process we were able to upgrade ours, and they're going to give us some money on that. We have a deal to get $20,000 in recovery on the electronics, which is the depreciation value on those. So legal considerations, obviously, I'm sure you're well aware, to be able to transfer equipment with this value on it, or to be able to sell, we do need council authority, and we went through the legal requirements with the RCWs as far as putting it in the or advertising it in a local capacity. So we put it in the Tri-City Herald on March 23rd, so that the public was aware that we do have two pieces of apparatus. I'll talk about the ladder truck here in a little bit, but we had two pieces of apparatus that went into the Tri-City Herald. The public hearing is scheduled for tonight as we're here, and public comment period obviously will be afforded as well. Fiscal impact, like I said, there's no value. We're not going to be gaining any money from the vessel. That was something that they said was very problematic, even though we do own it, and the reporting period, the grant period is over. To sell this, given the fact that it was grant dollars, would be pretty problematic, and they said this would have to go up through the Washington State Supreme Court to kind of get a settling on this, and that's nothing that I was really interested in doing. So again, at $20,000 recovery for the electronics that we're going to give to Chelan 7 will be there, so we're not completely giving it away. We are recovering a portion of the cost that we put into it. And then the funds that we are collecting, we are asking that those be put back into our equipment reserve to cover some of the fleet expenses, which I'll talk about briefly coming up. So policy decisions. What we're asking council for is to declare the vessel surplus, and that will allow us to transfer the vessel to Chelan County Fire District 7. Their commissioners have already met, and contingent upon your decision tonight, they've accepted the transfer and the monetary displacement back to our fund. So I'd like to ask you to authorize the city manager to execute and negotiate the transfer after we're done, and allocate the proceeds from the electronic equipment towards the Fire Fleet Fund. I'll move forward. In addition to the vessel, do I need to pause for that, or can I roll both pieces of apparatus together? I can keep going. Okay. Okay. In addition to the transfer of the boat, we are also looking to sell our reserve ladder truck. And just a little bit of history on this. This was purchased about 4 years ago.
Deputy Chief, I think we need to take public comment separately. So with that, I am going to open the public hearing on the first vessel, which is the boat. I'm going to call it that. Do we have any public comments on this? The declaration of surplus of this vehicle? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we can move on to the second vehicle, or second item of surplus.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The second item that we want to discuss tonight is our reserve ladder truck. In a little bit of history, we purchased this reserve approximately 4.5 years ago, and it is served in a reserve capacity. We do have our primary ladder truck.
Sit tight, I'm getting some side eye here. Were we supposed to conduct the hearing and to take action on each? Okay. So with that, now that the hearing is closed, I will declare the hearing on the first vessel closed with no public comment. I guess, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion on that? Sorry about this.
All right, you can, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4586 declaring certain city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to transfer the property to another government agency.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Oh, thank you. Sorry. That was an aye, correct, Mr. Perales?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Since we've all spoken, I'll still say any opposed, say nay. Passes unanimously. Okay. With that, we'll move on to the second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So a picture here of our reserve ladder truck, and again, I'll just go back through that. We've had it for about 4.5 years. It serves as our reserve ladder truck in the event that our primary ladder truck needs maintenance, has a mechanical issue of that nature, so it'll go into its place. The reserve ladder truck is 20 years old, and about that time frame, NFPA is advised.
Deputy Chief, I apologize. So this is listed under resolutions with no public hearing for this one. That's correct? Okay. Hold on. Let me make it formal. So we're going to move on to item number 9, which is ordinances, resolutions not relating to hearings. There's a single item, item A, which is resolution number 4587, surplus sale through consignment of city personal property. This is going to stay with Deputy Chief. I apologize for these fumbles here. But here we are. You can move back into your presentation.
No problem.
Sorry about that, sir.
No problem at all. Thank you. So again, here's our reserve ladder truck, and again, when we were going through our fleet and considering the outlook and the future and what our needs are going to be, we realized that we are going to be needing a new ladder truck within the next 4 years. Our current ladder truck is going to be reaching the end of its life cycle, which for the NFPA is about 20 years. So this vehicle, this ladder truck is 20 years old. The maintenance costs on it are increasing as they naturally do with age. So we have two. What we need to do is try and focus on the purchase and acquisition of a new ladder truck. And right now, talking with our manufacturer, the build time on that is about 3.5 to 4 years. So if we ordered it today, we wouldn't see it until about 2028. So at hopefully the earliest. And they are rising in costs. Our equipment replacement fund is healthy in that reserve right there. We have about $1.6 million in the bank. Don't have a heart attack, but the ladder trucks right now, the newer ones are going for about 2.4. So we have a gap there to cover. And what we found is that we believe if we were able to sell our backup ladder truck, and right now the average on what we're seeing would be around $300,000. We still think that we could collect on the ladder truck even with its age. That would close that gap just a little bit closer, so that when we do need to go through the sales agreement for a new ladder truck and actually begin the build, we're that much closer, and then we can work with the financing options on what that looks like. So again, this is a 20-year-old ladder truck. We're feeling comfortable not having a reserve at this point. Richland and Kennewick run their cities without a reserve, and what we really rely on is that master mutual aid agreement, which helps us in the event that we need a ladder truck to come into our jurisdiction. If the current one has a mechanical failure or needs maintenance or anything like that, we do have that ability to pull from different agencies within the region. So we feel comfortable after an analysis with Chief Crowley and Deputy Chief Harkins. We feel comfortable that we will have the operational capacity from our neighbors if we need it. Our current ladder truck, it is incurring some more maintenance costs, which is going to be normal, but we feel pretty comfortable that the one we have right now is going to carry us through for the next 3 or 4 years until we can get a newer one put in its place. So with that, my ask and proposal tonight is to put this through the sales process. We want to use a company, it's a consignment company, to assist us with this sale. What they'll do is advertise it nationwide and then work through the sales process with us. But that's the request we have for tonight, is the ability to sell our reserve ladder truck as well to close the gap on the purchase of a new one.
Thank you, Deputy Chief. Do we have any questions or comments from council? Mr. Perales?
Yeah, the only question that I had was that we bought this a few years ago, and now we're trying to sell it to get some money. And so I hope we're buying equipment that we're going to be needing for a longer duration of time. So I guess if I can get some insights on that, that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can certainly speak to that, Mr. Prowse. Appreciate the question. The new ladder or new aerial trucks, new fire engines that we just purchased, they're good for that 20-year mark. And that process of planning, we really try and start that 5, 6, 7 years out. But with the proper maintenance, and our shops do a very, very good job. And we have additional contractors in the area that can help us out that specialize in these apparatus. So we feel comfortable that moving forward with these new engines, they're designed to last a long time. We do beat them up, but they do last. The predicted lifespan on these is that 20-year mark. And when we go through, like I said, we're taking a look at technology, what will last, and we sole source with Pierce. And it's the biggest name in the industry, and you know they're workhorses, so we know we can rely on them. But well understood, and I think going forward, the next ladder truck is going to last us quite some time.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. That satisfy?
Appreciate it. Thank you for the insight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, Mr. Milne.
Thank you, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4587, declaring city-owned personal property as surplus, approving the method of disposal, and further authorize the interim city manager to sell the property through consignment.
Second.
Got a motion by Mr. Milne, second by Ms. Blaisdell. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none, that too passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council.
Thank you. With that moves us on to item number 10, which is unfinished business. See none, and I don't see a light from staff, so I'm assuming there is none. Then that moves us on to number 11, which is new business. Again, not seeing any lights from staff, so I assume we're good there. And that moves us on to item number 12, which is miscellaneous discussion. I do see Mr. Zabel's light on.
So good evening, Mayor, Council. Apologies there on 8A and 9A. The difference between those is the boat was a value of over $50,000, and you were transferring it to another agency, so it required the public hearing. The other one is just an outright sale, the engine itself, so that's why the difference. So, and then secondly, a couple of things. I did get a note out earlier today, but all of you may not have received it, but contractor's been hired to work on downtown cleanup. That work started today, already making an impact downtown, and I know that's something council had expressed concern about in recent weeks, so staff's been working on pulling that together. Thank you to Director Rice. And then secondly, city participated in the State Department of Agricultural Japanese beetle spray program, so all of our city properties, or a number of our city properties, were sprayed with the beetle containment area on late last week. So, in case you get a question from a community member or what have you. So that's all I had.
Thank you. Do we have any, Mr. Prowse, do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else from council? I'll just simply note that I do know that in a couple weeks we have an Easter egg hunt coming up. I don't have those details right in front of me. I know it's the 19th, I believe, at noon, one of the parks. We'll get more details on that, and I'm excited to be part of that. I know my kid's got a baseball game, but I'm hopeful to run over and catch, and celebrate something that's critical in my life, which is the resurrection of my Savior Jesus Christ. And I'm extremely grateful for that opportunity that the city has to celebrate Easter as a community, and so I'm excited for that. So I appreciate the staff putting that together. With that moves us on to, are we still intending to do our exec session?
Yes.
Seeing our
Yes.
is our legal counsel joining us electronically?
Electronically, okay. Yes.
All right, so I just want to make sure I got the right folks. So we are on to number 13, which is executive session. It's discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under Revised Code of Washington 42.30.110, subsection 1, Roman numeral 1, or I, listed for 8 minutes. We're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager?
We're going to have the assistant city manager in the first to represent staff, the first item.
Okay.
And then the second item, it'll be myself and the deputy city manager.
Okay, so
and the chief.
And the fire chief or
Police chief, sorry.
Okay. All right. So in the first, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, police chief. Okay. Just the assistant city manager in the first. Okay. So in the first, we're going to have the assistant city manager. In the second, we're going to have the city manager, deputy city manager, assistant city manager, and police chief in the second. Legal counsel being both. Slated for 8 minutes. We are going to call that 7:47 since we're halfway through this minute. So we'll be back roughly at 7:47. It is 7:55. We have returned from executive session with no action taken. And with that, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you for joining us. Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council special meeting on Monday, April 14th, 2025. The council thanks you for being a part of your city government. At special meetings, the council takes formal action in specific items, and during workshops, we only discuss items with no formal action items taken. So with that, you'll hear that we have a special meeting shortly thereafter, followed by a workshop meeting. Agenda packets are available at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda. For those following along online, for those present, there's a little table with a blue arrow that says agendas. This meeting is being televised live on PSC-TV, channel 191 and Spectrum Cable in Pasco and in Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, on its website, on its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams webinar. This and previous council meeting agenda and video is available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, city clerk, or by using the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
Present.
Blaisdell.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
Present.
And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
With that, if you'll stand with me for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, again, we're in the special meeting portion for anyone following along. We've got a single item, well, 3 motions. Under new business number 4, resolutions number 4588, 4589, and 4590, use of temporary staff services. And it looks like the Assistant City Manager, Angela Pashong, will be presenting this.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the purpose of the item tonight is we are seeking council approval for the 3 resolutions to authorize personal services agreements with the following temporary staffing agencies: Advanced Services, Inc., Infogenie, Inc., Persona Employment Solutions. These contracts will support seasonal and project-based and hard-to-fill roles across departments, primarily in the Parks and Animal Services divisions. There's many reasons why to use temporary service or temporary staffing agencies, including flexibility. They enable the city to quickly scale staffing for seasonal or emergent needs without the overhead of permanent hires. Cost savings, they reduce long-term employment costs as the city is not paying benefits or payroll taxes directly. Efficiency, agencies handle the recruitment, screening, and onboarding, saving time and resources. It reduces our risk. Agencies bear the burden and liability for compliance for several requirements, including those of family leave laws and L&I. Speed, agencies provide a pre-screened talent pool, helping us fill needs faster. Expertise, we bring in specialized skill sets without long-term training commitments. And then trial opportunity. Temporary roles can serve as a vetting period for potential permanent hires. We have seen particular use of this at our animal services for our kennel tech positions. Those positions are, you may think you're in for walking dogs only, but it's a lot harder than that. So that's been a very beneficial setup for us. So a little background on agency selection. To align with procurement best practices, in February of 2025, the city issued an RFP for proposals, which we received 24. And we have selected 3 agencies based on their capacity, pricing, and qualifications. These contracts are for 2 years with an optional 1-year extension. So it gives us an opportunity to build a relationship with them, see how it's going, get the reporting mechanisms and requests that we have for them. And then if we see that it's a good fit, to continue with that opportunity. So fiscal impact, expenses are budgeted in departmental operating budgets. So annually we hire primarily for our park seasonals. So those are the individuals out mowing the grass, our boulevards, and doing that. We hire 16 of those positions every year, and that's about $300,000. And then we also have 1 role out at our cemetery because as irrigation's turned on, the grass grows, and we need to make sure that that is maintained. These annual needs align with our irrigation season. And in 2021, there was, we had a higher budget for seasonals for our parks crew, but we converted 7 of those into permanent positions with the expansion of our facilities and our needs. We did have the need for year-round. We just don't have need for year-round for this many individuals. So the request to council tonight is approval of the 3 resolutions, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Barajas.
Thank you. Quick question. You probably do have this, what is the overall savings on going this route versus hiring full-time jobs through the city?
So the biggest savings is going to be, and I'm not going to give you a flat dollar amount, I can definitely get that for you, but without the need of full-time 16 additional staff, it would be exponentially more expensive to bring them on. You'd be paying salary and benefits year-round. And so there is a markup when you do a temporary staffing agency, but it's less than if you had them full-time with benefits.
Do we have any further council discussion on this issue? Seeing none, do we have, it's a special meeting, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. With that, we're going to close public comment. With that, Mr. Milne, can I get a motion?
Yes, Mayor. I move to approve resolution number 4588, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Advanced Services Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
Second.
Give that to Ms. Bras. Got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Hearing none. Go ahead with the second, and bless you, Mr. Harpster.
I move to approve resolution number 4589, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal services agreement with Infungi Incorporated for temporary staffing services.
It's going to be a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Bras. All in favor, say aye. 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 Any opposed, say nay. That too passed unanimously. Let's go for a third time.
All right, third time's a charm. I move to approve resolution number 4590, authorizing the interim city manager to execute a personal service agreement with Persona Employment Solutions for temporary staffing services.
We got a motion by Mr. Milne, a second by Ms. Barajas. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. Sounds like we got a third unanimous. With that, we are going to adjourn our special meeting. I'll give the clerk a few seconds to make sure she has time to crane her neck to the clock. I think we're good. Okay, did I see the signal? We're okay to roll. With that, I am going to open our workshop meeting. It was listed for 7:05. We're 3 minutes late, so Chief Roski, I apologize. We've consumed that extra 3 minutes. I'll make it up by skipping items 1, 2, and 3 and moving on to item number 4. Do we have any verbal reports from council members? Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Benton Franklin Transit Board of Directors meeting. We talked about the strategic plan and ridership and had a lively discussion about trip costs per person, management of the fleet, and it was really a fruitful discussion, fruitful meeting. The day before, myself, Councilmember Barajas, and Councilwoman Blaisdell all attended online the Tri-Cities Public Facilities District meeting, where the group voted me secretary of the board. The interesting thing about that is they had not called a meeting in nearly 2 years. It was, I believe, March or April of 2023 was the last time they had called a meeting, and there's various reasons and things going on, but that is something for me really to dig into in coming weeks and months and find out, well, what are we doing if, we don't need to meet that often? And I know the idea is obviously to serve as a regional public facilities board, but once again, I have a lot to learn, a lot to dig my teeth into, Mr. Mayor, and I also joined the Mayor Pro Tem today at the Pasco Chamber of Commerce lunch with a fair amount of staff, where we got to hear our own Fire Chief Crowley give an update about really the fire department. And it was the first time that anybody knows the fire department ever presented at the lunch. So it was really good to have one of our own heart and soul there talking just the core of Pasco. So anyways, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Grimm. Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended my first night with the Pasco Police Academy last Tuesday. Very informative. I was pretty impressed. I've done a couple of them, not for the Pasco, but for other municipalities, and just the breadth of knowledge and the presentations was really well done. So yeah, I'm really excited for the next couple weeks. Then I attended the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies ribbon cutting. I wasn't there for the ribbon cutting initially, but I ended up going about an hour after. A lot of people already had left, and I talked with Sarah, and she had some really good treats, and it's cool to see that she has stuff in the White House. I thought that was really interesting, and really, should make us all proud that something like that is actually making that much of an impact. And then I went out and gave out some VIP patches to some of our Girl Scouts this weekend. I think Sunday was the last day for them to sell cookies. So that's all I have to report.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Milne.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I was there for also the JoJo's freeze-dried goodies, and phenomenal stuff. I can't say enough about it. I didn't think that a freeze-dried pickle would taste so good, but it it was really good. All the stuff she had was really good. They had a lot of candies and freeze-dried, was it this pickle Skittles? I didn't think that was big good, but it was actually pretty good as well. So I would recommend people that it's by the Berkshire Aircraft is on the back side and the railway yard is on the front side, but it's that whole row, and it's just some unique places in there. So I'd recommend if you get a chance to go check it out. And then I also did have a COPA meeting also on Friday, and they talked a lot about how to move the organization along, but not asking for the city for money at the moment. And one thing they're talking about doing is fundraising. In October, some students from Klima will be coming and visiting the Pasco. And again, just different ways that we in the COPA organization can make it better for Pasco and for these kids, the co-op.
Good evening and welcome to the City of Pasco Council Workshop Meeting this June 9th, 2025. The city thanks you for being a part of your city government. And at workshop meetings, the council discusses issues but takes no formal action. Agenda packets are available for those in the ether at www.pasco-wa.gov/agenda for those present. Small table to the right under the blue agendas sign. This meeting is being streamed on Pasco cable TV, PSC-TV, channel 191, and on Spectrum in both Pasco and Richland. It's streamed on the city's Facebook page, website, and its YouTube channel, and via Microsoft Teams. This and previous council meetings are available on the city's website. Lastly, the public may submit their comments or ask questions by contacting the city manager, the city clerk, or via the Ask Pasco app. With that, Ms. Clerk.
Council members, Barajas.
She is, I believe, attending remotely.
Present. Thank you. Blaisdell.
Here.
Grimm.
Here.
Harpster.
Present.
Morales.
Aquí.
Mayor Pro Tem Milne.
He is excused for the night.
Thank you. And Mayor Serrano.
I am here.
Thank you.
So with that, if you'll all please stand with me and recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. With that, we're going to roll along to item number 4, which is our verbal reports from council members. Ms. Barajas, not to put you on the spot, do you have anything? Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Tri-Cities Legislative Council thank you reception where I appreciate Tri-Cities, Visit Tri-Cities putting on that event where we kind of had a mixer where we were able to really thank our delegation to Olympia and interact with them and kind of enjoy their company for the night and get to know them on a more personal level. Also appreciate Mr. Harpster was out of town for a couple days and gave me the opportunity to go out to Horn Rapids to the golf course out there where Habitat for Humanity was holding kind of a fundraiser luncheon, kind of just talking about their project that they're doing here in Pasco and just talking about what's taken them to get to this point, and they said they're putting in 200 housing units there, and I know affordable housing has been a big issue with this council and looking for ways of doing that. And some of the things that I really appreciated is just the way they sell them and market them so as not to, drag down the value of other homes or kind of hurt the real estate market around here. But and so that was Thursday, and then shortly after that, Mr. Mayor, I went to the BFCOG Call for Projects. And Mr. Mayor, I have a surprise for you.
Oh. You get Chief Roski ready just in case it's that surprise that I'm waiting for Mr. Grimm. Oh, nice.
So, Mr. Mayor, this first big check is for our Broadmoor project to put in multimodal over the Interstate 182. And without further ado, Mr. Mayor, this is nearly $4 million for the Road 76 overpass. I may be the biggest cheerleader of it, but the young lady over there, Director Sarah, and her staff are the ones that really did the work on it. So this was kind of one of my big goals getting on council, was to do things to help alleviate West Pasco traffic. And Mr. Mayor, you and the rest of council and the city, the citizens, I'm just over the moon about this. This is a giant step in alleviating some of our traffic problems out there in West Pasco. So this is a huge win for you, Mr. Mayor, and for the residents of Pasco. So thank you so much.
Well, and we certainly appreciate your tireless advocacy on BFCOG to help secure those, and certainly staff, thank you very much for doing your jobs, but exceeding and excelling at that work. So thank you very much. I see no further lights, and I have nothing further to add. With that, we'll move on to item number 5, which is our items for discussion with opportunity for public comment. Just a reminder of the rules for public comment here. You will be limited to up to 2 comments, either pro or con, so an aggregate of 4 comments, but 1 or 2 per each side, and up to 2 minutes per comment, so an aggregate of 4 minutes per side, total of 8 minutes. And obviously, can't cede time or things of that nature. So with that, we'll move on to item number 5A, which is our resolution, our renewal agreement with Visit Tri-Cities for the promotion of tourism management. Looks like Ms. Pashon, you're going to kick us off here.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I'm bringing forward a renewal agreement that continues a long-standing regional partnership aimed at promoting Pasco as a vibrant destination for visitors, investors, and future residents. Since the establishment of the tourism promotion area in 2004, the cities of Pasco, Kennewick, and Richland have each entered into individual agreements with Visit Tri-Cities for tourism and promotional services. This partnership has provided Pasco with a coordinated strategic approach to tourism marketing, which includes targeted efforts to boost business travel, leisure tourism, and sports-related visitation. The current agreement with Visit Tri-Cities is set to expire at the end of this year. In preparation for the next phase of this collaboration, a new agreement has been drafted for the period of 2026 through 2030. The proposed agreement preserves the core structure, funding formula, and service scope of the existing contract, while incorporating several refinements to improve efficiency and alignment with the city's internal planning processes. These updates include streamlined reporting requirements and better synchronization of work plan timelines with our budget. Importantly, the revised agreement reflects the continued commitment of all 3 cities to a unified regional strategy, which each jurisdiction actively participates in the review and update process along with Visit Tri-Cities. The cities of Richland and Kennewick are also considering the approval of this agreement. Staff recommends that Council approve the renewal agreement at the next regular meeting. And I do want to note that Kevin Lewis, President and CEO of Visit Tri-Cities, is also here tonight, so if there are any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Excuse me. Thank you, Ms. Pashon. Do we have any questions or comments from Council? Mr. Prowse.
Thank you, Mayor. Only question I had, if you want to come up to the podium, Mr. Lewis. It's nothing probing, it's just one question. I was just kind of wondering, looking through the agreement, is there any reporting mechanisms that could provide details about money spent for that's specifically for Pasco and how you're promoting Pasco, I guess?
You can turn on your mic, Mr. Lewis.
There we go. Yeah, thank you. I don't know that we break it out specifically for each city and which one gets what, but we do that as a universal approach and try and promote the entire area. We do have some things that are specific to Pasco. For instance, this year we've reached out and got a grant, a coordinated grant to get some new media assets in combination with what the city's efforts are. I think that's about a $15,000 grant, and we're going to put in another $15,000 on our end. So there are some specific projects that we do as we try and round out the tourism product, but I don't know that we have anything currently that specifically breaks out each city's, what's spent specifically for each city.
Yeah, just provide you context. We get, I at least for myself, I get a lot of questions about how money's being spent, and so when people are watching the council meetings and they see us, not giving out money but providing money towards reputable, convention bureaus such as you guys yourselves, people ask, well, how do we know that money is returning back into our community? How's it being spent and stuff? So it's just probably something I'll probably elaborate more at another time. But there's a lot of bad things that happen in the world every day. Visit Tri-Cities is a good thing that happens every day. So I think you guys are doing a tremendous job, and especially you being at the helm and bringing things like Iron Man. You guys are on fire, and so whatever we can do to ensure you guys is success.
Thank you. Yeah, and I think as we do report, we try to pin down exactly sort of what the net result of that spending is, not necessarily how much was spent, but what happened in the community in terms of lodging, economics, and all of that. And so we try to do that with our annual reporting, kind of more focused on what happens with the spending versus what was exactly spent.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Ms. Barajas, do you have anything? Thank you, ma'am. I'll just echo my support of this. Early on my tenure on council, I sat on the Visit Tri-Cities board. You all do great work. You have people who are extremely passionate about bringing, as Mr. Prowl said, things including the Iron Man. Had a great time doing the horseshoe pitching contest with my daughter. last year. And so, you know, I like that you're expanding the horizon beyond. Obviously, we've got to keep our staples of soccer, softball, etc. But I appreciate the vision of bringing more to the community and look forward to partnering with y'all over the next year for the FIFA World Cup.
Yeah.
So
Excited about that.
You'll certainly have my support on this when we see it next week.
Thank you.
I see no further unless you have something you want to part with. You're free for the evening. Sorry to drag you across the.
Oh no, happy to come out here anytime, and appreciate the great support we get from the council and mayor and the staff too. Great things going on here, and I think some exciting stuff. The FIFA is going to be fun. I think really excited about the city's commitment to be involved in that, and I think we'd have some good fun with that one and bring some attention to the area. So, thank you. We'll continue the work we're doing.
Excellent. Thank you. Have a wonderful night. With that, we'll move along to item B, which is our comprehensive plan kickoff presentation by Director Miller. Yeah.
Did you want to open up for comments?
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Do you have any public comment on that issue? On item A? Going once, going twice, third time. All right. With that, now we'll move along to item B, which is still the comprehensive plan kickoff presentation. Ms. Miller.
Gotta turn this on. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Tonight I'm excited to provide you with the comprehensive plan kickoff presentation. And this plan is related to Pasco's growth over the next 20 years. So it's through 2026 and 2046. And this plan will set the stage for Pasco in the next 20 years related to the population growth and the employment growth that is coming to our community. And tonight I'm joined online by Hope Frigi. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. I meant to ask you before. And Jeff Arango from Framework, and they have been instrumental in helping us kick off this project. We did retain Framework to help with this effort with grants from the state. So we got a pretty sizable grant for the comprehensive plan update, and then a grant related to energy, climate resilience that we're using in combination to pay for this help. So that is great to have that resource available. And if I do get stuck during the presentation, Hope or Jeff will jump in. And I also wanted to note that we have our Planning Commission in the audience. I believe we have 5 Planning Commissioners here and our chair, Planning Commission chair in the audience. And tonight was meant to be a kickoff for both groups. So I'll be describing the kickoff. Feel free to jump in and ask questions, City Council. And then at the end, the Planning Commission chair will have an opportunity to share feedback from the group, knowing that he probably can't cover everybody's feedback from the group, but maybe some general concepts. And then at the end of the presentation, we'll discuss a future joint meeting. I think it would be good, and I believe this was requested by council, to have a joint meeting with the Planning Commission to discuss higher themes. And then how this usually works is the comprehensive plan then goes back to the Planning Commission's court, and we do the heavy lifting and legwork and bring it back to council near the end. So it would be good to have a joint meeting, maybe July or August timeframe, to get some big ideas going. And then the bulk of the work will be done by Planning Commission while they take in staff's input and then council's input from these meetings. So without further ado, I'll go to the next slide. Does the keyboard, do I push, or next slide, please, thank you. So next slide, please. This is the outline of the presentation today. Next slide. And here are Jeff, Hope, and then I missed Matt Campbell. He's the planning lead on the project. So we have Jeff and Hope joining us from Framework. And then we have a few other consultants helping with different elements of the comprehensive plan. And some background for planning context with this plan. We have a list on the next slide of council's goals and priorities that are listed here. So as we are embarking through this update, we'll make sure and keep these priorities in mind. And these priorities actually go great with the comprehensive plan update as far as what we are wanting to achieve and how we are addressing the state requirements. And so what's new with this comprehensive plan as opposed to the last update is there's been a slurry of new House bills at the state level that cities are required to address. So each comprehensive plan before the state would allocate certain growth population figures that are worked out at the county level to the city, and previously had said you need to make sure that you have enough room for X amount of people. And so now this time around the state is saying you need to have enough room for X amount of people, but you also have to look at the different income levels of these people and plan for all housing types all the way down to 0% AMI and then well above 120% area median income. So that's a new requirement. There is a new requirement for a progress report after 5 years. Instead of just looking at it after you're done, cities will be required to go back and check their work after 5 years. The climate change requirements are also new. These are required at the state level, and it requires that cities address climate change, and there's a variety of different ways to do this, and also track and attempt to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So this is a state requirement, and when we bring this through to the council and the planning commission, we'll be sure to note what is required by the state and what is above and beyond if you want to talk about that on a policy level. And then easing barriers to developing ADUs. I believe Pasco did this already recently with some code changes. It looked like our ADU code was fairly flexible, but we'll just be looking at that code to make sure that this is addressed. And then streamlining development regulations. This is not only required by the state, but it is also a very important initiative to Pasco and the Community and Economic Development Department. So we are currently working on streamlining operations where we can, and doing what we can with our existing staffing levels and the workload. And, they are behind on permits currently, but we're working on fixing a myriad of different things. So we have it mapped out. One of these days, maybe I can come share with the council. That could be a whole different topic of the streamlining that we are working on and the timeline for those different regulations. So we'll be looking at that, addressing those regulations. And then recently the state allowed an exemption for cities to exempt any residential development from SEPA. So that option is available to us at a later date. I believe currently we are working on adopting the new traffic impact fees, and then after that we'll be looking at hopefully raising the exemption levels for SEPA, and then maybe this can be a future step that we look in that could exempt SEPA altogether. And then Parking Reform and Modernization Act, lots of parking legislative bills coming down from last year and this year, and it just keeps getting less and less. So I guess the easiest way to describe it is if you were to look at all the different House bills and Senate bills related to this, parking is generally going to be 0 to 1 space per unit is what is required. 0 in cases where you're near high capacity transit in some situations. And then cities can't require more than 0.5 parking spaces for each multifamily unit and 1 parking space for single family. And if developers do want to provide more parking, they can, which I believe would be the case in Pasco, because it doesn't really make sense. These are numbers, I think, that make more sense for Seattle. But Pasco, the market can decide if they'd like to do more parking. So we'll be looking at that. There are requirements that we do have to address, but it doesn't mean that someone cannot provide more parking if they'd like to. So all of this will be looked at in conjunction with the comprehensive plan. The state has identified a shortage of housing units statewide, and their solution through these bills would be to open up more housing varieties and have created these rules as a blanket regulation that applies to all cities in the state of Washington. So we'll be navigating that and seeing how that works for Pasco and what makes sense for our community, and be sure and let you and the Planning Commission know along the way what is just an absolute requirement that we really don't have any flexibility on, and what is maybe a suggestion that makes sense for Pasco. So these are all the things we'll be looking at with our consulting team throughout this process. So backing up a bit to the 2018 comprehensive plan, this is just meant to show you what the big changes were back when this plan was updated back in 2018. And there are some areas that aren't in city limits. I have another slide for that. Since then, the city did adopt a downtown Pasco master plan for that area to guide development. And then there's also been the Broadmoor master plan, and then the city identified, not enough capacity, so there was UGA expansions to the north. So that's where we're seeing that big expansion in Pasco that brought on the new development up in that area. The next slide just zooms in on the Riverview area. This is just something we'd look at. I haven't dug too deep in the history of this area, but we do have a unique circumstance where there's 2 areas that are not within city limits. And then this slide, it's hard to see on here, but there's little numbers showing which areas were annexed into the city over time. So don't have a stance on this or anything, just pointing out that Pasco is unique compared to other cities with these areas in the Riverview area. So we will be looking at that. And the next slide is a summary of our growth population. I do not have employment numbers, but it will work the same. So the basis of the comprehensive plan is to decide, and this is in conjunction with the state and the county and the city of Pasco. The state gives numbers to counties. The counties work with the cities. Pasco's in a unique situation because we are in Franklin County. We are the largest city by far. The other smaller cities are not really poised to take on a lot of growth. I believe there was only one city, maybe Connell, that was allocated just the smallest amount of numbers, and the other two were not. So Pasco is in a unique situation that most of the growth is allocated to the city since we have the services, the condensed development. And so the estimate for Pasco is through 2046 is 121,290 people. So we're anticipated to grow to that amount by 2046. And that number might look familiar, oddly, if you're paid attention closely to the previous comprehensive plan. It estimated that Pasco would grow to 121,000, I think 560, somewhere 121,000 by the year 2038. So Pasco's growth has slowed down since the last comprehensive plan. And the good thing about that is the last comprehensive plan looked ahead and said, we are going to have 121,000 people in 20 years. And so we plan for capacity. So from a planning standpoint, that's not a terrible thing because we've already forecasted out. And so we have this new number that's forecasted out 20 years from now. So it's basically Pasco has slowed down to growing, I believe, by half as much than the previous comprehensive plan. And I'm not sure what factors contributed to that, if maybe it was overshot for some reason before, or if there's been some, huge change to why it's reduced. And Jeff and Hope, if you have any input on this, you feel free to jump in. But I believe from our meeting, we didn't really have an exact reason why, other than it just has slowed down. So this is our projection for the next 20 years. And so we will be working on an estimate for jobs and housing. And so when we get these numbers, we look at the city and we say, how is the city zoned? Do we have room for all of these people and jobs? And if we don't have room, we need to look at either expanding or trying to densify more within the city. So these are numbers we have to adopt at the state level. If the city did choose to, let's say, slow down growing, we wouldn't necessarily be able to. We'd need to show that we at least have the room for the capacity, and then the market would decide if it's built, unless there's some funding provided. So there's the total population, and then that equates to 18,831 housing units. And so that's the total allocated housing units that Pasco is required to address in the next 20 years. And there's another slide I'll cover related to the breakdown of that. And this also includes, and this is a new stipulation, 157 emergency housing units. And that's a requirement for the city, not necessarily to provide it, but just provide capacity for this use and be thinking about emergency housing.
Director, if we can shuffle. Okay, cool. You kept it there. This is something that I've always found a pinch on. I'm elected as a representative as part of the city, and then we're fundamentally told by Olympia how large we should grow, where we should grow, how we should grow. I find it undercuts and I'm not taking this on you. You're bearing the brunt of Olympia here. It undercuts our local representation. It does. And I've always been told basically our only option is to not pass the plan and get sued. Is there anything, whether it's you or Mr. Ferguson, that we can do to actually take this bull by the horns and say, thanks for the projections. We don't intend to build 20,000 new units, or just shy of, over the next 20 years. I would like to know that, and if our answer isn't can't tell you tonight, but down the road or an email, that's adequate. But I moved here from California because we were getting zero lot lines. We were getting, everyone was building vertically. You were touching your neighbors, and I liked, albeit in a residential neighborhood, the space. we're going to lose the character of Franklin County and of Pasco, and that hurts. And so my hope is that we can do something for the population here. And maybe I'm a lone dissenting voice, but I think it needs to be said. So take that for what it's worth. Maybe the answer is, again, we'll dig into it, or we can't do anything, and here's why, and we'll get you more on it later. That's fine with me. It needs to be voiced, and I'm grateful for the Planning Commission, because I want them to hear my voice, and I want them to understand that there may come a day where I say no and risk a lawsuit if that's what it takes.
Understood. And I did just go through this process at the city of Marysville, similarly sized city, similar sentiment to at least you. I haven't heard from everyone else, but the council there was very concerned about the state's blanket approach to all cities. And quite frankly, I think a blanket catch-all rule for everybody doesn't really make sense in most scenarios. So that's, my stance on it from a planning angle, that it just doesn't work well to do a one-size-fits-all. But that is the direction of the state. They've made it very clear that there's a housing shortage, like 300,000 housing units statewide shortage. And so their stance is requiring, variety of housing types and really creating zoning regulations for cities. So in a way, it does take the power out of our hands. And I think, the best way to maybe combat it would be reaching out to your decision makers at the state level. That goes for, anyone at the city, any of the residents. But for now, that's just, and I spent 2 years in Marysville looking at ways to circumvent the rules related to parking, housing, everything, and we just really didn't find anything. If you did in theory want to push back on the state, the risk we run as a city is not receiving grant funding. So if you have a comprehensive plan that's out of date, the state, and I don't know how many grants we get from the state level, I'm sure Maria could answer that, but basically if you apply for any state or federal grants and you're not in compliance with your comprehensive plan, you just do not get funding. So it's sort of, just an immediate punishment, I guess we would get. It's not as simple as saying, hey, we don't want to do this, and I believe you, and I have heard this from the community that I used to work in too, and I got asked that all the time. And really, I don't think there's a way to say no unless you're ready to not get grant funding and any other things that may be, occurring out of that. So that's something, I can, I guess, speak with legal and answer these questions for you, but that's the response I gave before, and it applies here. So it's not as simple as saying you don't want to do it. And if it was simple, I would imagine many other cities doing what Pasco would like to do, but I haven't seen that. So that tells me, we'd be kind of charting our own path there. So definitely worth a discussion. But from my experience, I haven't found any loophole or catch-all to really get out of this. So in a way, our hands are tied, even if we don't agree with it. Any other questions on this slide before I move on? Okay. These are some stats related to the growth trends for the comprehensive plan. Franklin County is the second fastest growing county in Washington State, so this area is experiencing high growth rate at a very fast pace. And then I alluded to this earlier. Pasco is taking the bulk of the growth, so the growth assignments are assigned by county. So when I did my first meeting with Franklin County, I was surprised. I'm like, why is Pasco getting all the growth? And I looked down and I realized Richland and Kennewick are in Benton County. So that was a newbie moment for me, but then I realized, so we're unique. We're not battling, but conversing with the other cities to spread out the numbers. It's basically like we get the bigger numbers, and it makes sense because of where the other two cities are at. And then we have an average growth rate per year shown on the screen here, and we generally have seen a decline in the yearly increase of growth, but certainly still seeing growth in this area. And then, the figures are allocated mostly to Pasco in our situation. The housing allocation. So earlier I alluded to the fact that Pasco is required to, and it's not required to grow, it's required to provide capacity for that growth. So there's a distinction there. So if we don't actually hit the numbers and the market doesn't come, it's okay. We just have to physically show that we have the room in the city for these numbers and that it's not too small for growth to fit if growth is coming our way. So the 18,000, or I'll just say 19,000, nearly 19,000 housing units are now required to be divided up into these different income ranges. And again, this is a state mandate, but if we do not achieve these numbers, without state funding, I think we're good. We just need to show that we have the capacity for this. So the lower AMI down to people who did not have permanent housing, that's who we need to plan for. So permanent supportive housing, and then low income housing, and then the range, we have these different distributions. And so it's pretty evenly distributed. Looks like we are missing quite a bit of housing in the 120% AMI range. And I'm not sure what the AMI is in this area, but basically, like, some people may ask, like, why is that so many of those houses required? And it's because there's not enough expensive housing for those people who can afford it to move into. So they're going down to the lower housing, probably saving a lot of money doing that. But when they move down the chain and move into a different housing that maybe is like lower than what they could afford, then you start moving everybody down. So the people who maybe could afford that, they're buying or renting lower. So it just kind of pushes it all down and leaves a shortage on the bottom. So if you have more expensive housing with higher rents or higher mortgage payments and you have that available, there are people in this area, who could buy that and then free up space in the other brackets. So that's why there's that distribution when you look at Pasco, the different categories. So that's definitely a new requirement for this time around, and we will look at our zoning throughout the city and make sure that we can accommodate these, not only these housing units, but the percentage of the different AMI rates. Does anyone have questions on this slide before I move on?
Just a quick question. You said this is a new requirement.
Yes.
For this update. What's the new requirement?
So before, like, new requirement, I mean, as compared to the last comprehensive plan update. So before it was just, here's your, let's say it was 18,000. I don't know what it was. Last time, 18,000 units, Pasco, make sure you have room for 18,000 housing units, period. This time, Pasco, make sure you have room for 18,000 housing units, but you have to address different income bands. It can't be all mansions. It can't be all ADUs. It has to be just a good, healthy mix of everything.
Okay, gotcha.
So as far as like meeting the requirement, we just need to show we have capacity for this in our zoning. So if entire Pasco was zoned for 1 acre lots, one house on each lot, we wouldn't meet the requirement. We'd have to show that we have different zoning, different lot sizes, different housing types to be able to meet this.
Okay, well, while we're on this, once this is submittal ready, is it the Department of Commerce that reviews it for compliance and accuracy, or who at the state level is ensuring that we've done what they've required?
It's Commerce.
Okay.
Yep. And there's another, probably a local review by, I'm actually forgetting their acronym, so I shouldn't have even brought this up, but I think it's BCOG. BFCOG, yep. They asked to review it too. In the city I came from, there was actually, a similar organization that required them to look at it. I think BFCOG would appreciate to look at it, but basically it's the state certifying it. So after it's all done, you submit the paperwork. You're working with them throughout the process, so you're not just surprised at the very end. So you submit them the paperwork, and a few months later they certify it if all goes well.
Okay, so one thing I know is there's a need for housing at every income level, especially lower income like you spoke to. And so then the state will look at, we've got enough low, medium, high, the applicable zonings within those land use designations to ensure that we're hitting every need that's represented there.
Yes.
Is that what I'm saying? Okay.
So within the zoning regulations, you zone, like, for example, if we took maybe, if there was an area that allowed for 1 acre lots in Pasco, and we could say, hey, this is likely going to address the 120% or more. We could say that without just beating it to death. And then if we created, emergency beds somewhere, that's obviously going to go toward the target number for emergency beds. And then if there was a permanent supportive housing project, like, we can't control that comes in. We can definitely maybe work with the county or get outside funding, but if we don't have the funding and it's not a direction, that's just our target and what we're aspiring to do. So we just have to show that the zoning could allow for income. So if you have zoning that allows for just studio apartments, you could tie that to one of these AMIs and say, hey, the rent comes out to lower, and you just, there's not an exact science to it. You just look at the zoning, see what it would cater to as far as these AMIs, and then show your work that way.
Okay. No, appreciate that.
Hope and Jeff, did I miss anything with that? Is that how we're planning on doing that? is, I know that we haven't really started yet. I might be jumping ahead, but did I misspeak at all there?
Yes, you gave a great overview. It really just needs to be demonstrated through zoning, and Commerce has some guidance on it. It's really mostly between single family, kind of middle housing, and multifamily are kind of the big categories.
Cool. Okay, well, thank you. And we'll move to the next slide. Thank you. And this is showing what's called a land capacity analysis. And this was done in 2018 for the previous comprehensive plan. And it's hard to see on this map, but the black areas were identified as vacant parcels. And then the pink areas were identified as underutilized parcels. And there's an equation you do that shows the value of the land and what else could fit on the land. So underutilized could be like one house on a 5-acre parcel. You would call that underutilized. Like it could be built out more. So this will be similar logic that we use for the comprehensive plan. This update where we look at basically all the parcels in Pasco and see is there room to hold additional capacity, and the point of this exercise is to prove that we can fit those units in Pasco. So maybe we do that by looking at existing areas. If for some reason we want to stay away from densifying certain areas, then maybe we look at densifying other areas more and other areas less, so there's a balance that goes into it. So we would be doing a similar exercise for this year. For the next 20 years, look at the parcels, identify what's vacant, what can fit in the land capacity, and then look at our city limits and decide, do we have enough room? Do we want to expand, or do we want to re-densify another area to fit it? You know, so there's definitely options we can go, but we still have that number and we have to address that number. That's not really an option for us. So moving on to project schedule and timeline here on the screen. So 2025 through August, we are doing research and education and looking over the Commerce checklist. So that checklist is what we submit to Commerce at the end. It's a checklist saying this is what's required in the update. So we'll be doing that and then working on the update through first quarter of 2026, drafting it, and then it's due at the end of next year. So there's a lot of work, and we are getting started, and we'll be working very hard with the Planning Commission for the next 2 years, going through all of the different elements in that.
Question on that.
Yep.
So typically it's due in June, as you know, in state legislature, one of their bills they passed was to extend it to December. Why would we not just still try to get it done in June and instead utilize the extension? I only ask because Kennewick and Richland are both not utilizing the extension and working to get it done in June. So what went into deciding that?
Just how far along we go. I mean, with some director turnover, staff turnover, I mean, we're a little bit, I think, behind in that sense. Like, I'm not coming in with institutional knowledge, and I don't know, I mean, I don't have a lot of planners with institutional knowledge here, so that alone is just very difficult to fly through it at a fast rate. So we're basically going through it and looking at the requirements and going, you know, as fast as we can. But I would, you know, just to get it done in June, unless there's a good reason, I would say we'd need all the time that we could get to get it right, just because, you know, we're missing that in the planning division, the institutional knowledge that helps move these things through faster. So most of these issues, you know, we're relying on, you know, Dave or Richa or someone that's been here for a while with institutional knowledge, but I would say we would need that deadline. But always trying to get done sooner. If we do end up speeding it up, sure, yeah, getting it done early is a great thing, great goal to achieve.
Okay, that's helpful because somebody who I know that does commercial construction in Pasco was asking if we were planning to get done by June. I said, I'm pretty sure. And I know he's going to follow up with me, and so I just want a good answer. And that answer makes sense at Kennewick and Richland. I mean, their folks have been there for like over a decade in the same position you're in, so appreciate that response.
Thank you. Okay, and we have some draft branding proposed for the comprehensive plan, and we will be on the next slide reaching out to the public to engage with the public, and that's really important for the public to be engaging during this process. So I have a list on another slide that I'll get to, but if if you have any ideas, the council or planning commission or even staff of groups that we can get out to that, you know, aren't maybe the normal groups that we'd interact with, we'd love to be able to stop by Rotary and maybe present while they're eating lunch and just get out to these different groups. And we have a pretty good list going. But, you know, engagement is really important. I do appreciate that Pasco has a lot more people coming to these meetings than I was used to at my previous city. So I know the community cares. And the best way to participate in this is through the comprehensive plan and not when development is happening right next to your home. You know, that's when people get frustrated, and it's really hard for me. You know, I've been sitting down with people since I've been here, and it's difficult to explain, like, well, you can't really do anything about it. People don't want to hear that. So this is like the process where we're deciding where, you know, homes are going. It really lays the basis. We have a number, we spread it out, and yes, it might be hard for a neighbor to experience development next door, but most people should be aware in city limits. You are in a city, the state requires cities to densify. So if you really don't want development near you, you know, maybe look at the county. And that may sound short and just, you know, a stock response, but it really is the truth, especially with these new state numbers. So if people can participate in the process, we would really appreciate it in CED, just so we can get feedback. And we may say, you know, we can't do that. We can't just wave the wand and get rid of density everywhere because the state requires it. And people don't really see the difference between city, state, or any of the government organizations. So they're frustrated, but if we can get the word out to as many people as we can and at least explain it, you know, and I'm willing to go do those presentations after hours or during the day, just let me know. So we want to get a hold of as many people as we can in Pasco to explain, you know, the basis. And maybe if they understand it more, then they won't be as upset when they see development next door. And some people like development next door. I'm not generalizing that everybody hates it, but, you know, those are usually the people we hear from in CED. So we have the timeline here for engagement. Then the next slide shows, you know, some of our goals. Yep.
One of the questions I was going to ask was, what's the engagement plan? Please don't say just survey. So I like that you added on to it. The public engagement event, they're number 2 on activities. Is that planned to be something like kind of an open house at a local business or venue here in town, or what does that look like?
Yes. I'm not sure specifically what that event is, if we even have it tagged for anything specific, but I was envisioning hybrid events where there is an in-person option, because not everyone wants to go online. Going online is very convenient for most people who are working full-time and, you know, can't make time to come to evening meetings or during the day when they're working. So we do want to push, you know, a heavy amount of online options and surveys, but that's not to say we won't have in-person attendance. And if that's important to this group and the Planning Commission, will make sure and do that.
Thanks.
Okay, I think we're ready for next slide here. And this is basically what I just touched on ahead of time, so we can skip this, related to awareness and wanting to have people participate. And then here's a list of stakeholders that we were brainstorming. So if you have any good ideas for organizations to outreach, you can maybe let Dave know and he'll pass the information on to me, or somehow get it to me, or you can suggest them at the meeting too. But we have a good list of different groups, and we're just trying to basically get out to as much of the community as we can.
Question on that one. So I see low-income residents, but as we showed a few slides back, high-income residents are going to be impacted by this comp plan update. And then we've got Spanish-speaking residents, which is great, but a majority of our population also speaks English as well as Russian. Mm-hmm. Those are really the 3 primary languages spoken. I know you didn't put this together, but for the folks at Framework, that'd be helpful if that's a complaint we've received in the past, that we sometimes do English and Spanish on our materials, but if we can also include Russian. There's several schools in Pasco that their primary language is Russian, so that would be helpful. So I feel we're missing, this feels like a weird list, a stakeholder being low-income residents and Spanish-speaking residents, when there's so many more other groups. And then I don't see Home Builders Association or developers or Tri-City Association of Realtors, and maybe that's under associations and outside agencies, but I mean, those are the ones that are going to be implementing this comp plan through building out the housing that we need. So maybe just from the Framework team, I'd be curious why we chose those and not others.
Yeah, thank you for those comments. so I completely agree with you. And one of the things we can do is look at the languages that are spoken at home, and we've done this in other projects, and certainly can translate materials into additional languages. And this was, again, not intended to be an exhaustive list, and we'll make sure that we include the additional groups we suggested here today.
Cool. Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you, Jeff, for responding there. And then here we have, let's see here. This is just more planning related to the survey where we release a vision statement to the community and then work with Planning Commission in council. And yeah, back to what I said initially, it does help if we hear from as many residents as possible to get their feedback to make sure we're getting voice from the entire community as we go through this process. And these are just examples of different marketing materials where we'd have online options for surveys with the branding and then QR codes so that people can log in and do this online if they choose to do so. And following this slide, there's just a list of different platforms that we'd use for outreach, and they perform, oh, I'm on the wrong slide here. Okay, go ahead and go to the next slide. Okay, online tools. So these are different online tools that, Hope, would you mind just jumping in for a few seconds and letting me know what these different platforms do? I did write it down, but I think it'd be quicker if you just maybe covered it.
Yeah, absolutely. Convio is a PDF hosting platform that allows folks to make comments throughout a document. So people can comment specifically on different locations throughout the document, and then it allows us to aggregate the comments really quickly so we can look at them all together. Miro is one that we use for focus groups. It allows us to look over graphics and other maps and images with people in the group, and they can make comments and work in the document together. Slido is one that we use for hybrid meetings. It's really helpful because people in the room can respond to questions and people online can be responding to those same questions, and then we have all the data at the end of the meeting, which is really handy. And then Linktree is on there as a potential landing page option, as a really low cost and efficient and user friendly way to have your survey and your other documents all in one place so that people can access it easily throughout the process.
All right, thank you, Hope, for that. I really appreciate it. And down to the final slide, this is just an opportunity for discussion and questions, and we can maybe one more slide. Thank you so much. So challenges and opportunities, if you have discussions or question items that you'd like us to know, we can hear your feedback now. I would suggest that maybe this would be a good topic for the joint meeting, just to discuss big themes. I think it is important to get the two groups together to discuss the kickoff so that we can have it in our heads as staff and Planning Commission are working through the bulk of the comprehensive plan update. So I have two questions for you. First question is, do you want to discuss any of these items? If so, go ahead. And second question is, after the Planning Commission's chair speaks, was hoping we could iron out some joint meeting details, like a future date. So just I'll open it up to council to give any feedback, and then after that we'll invite our chair to come up and give some feedback too.
Just two questions. Going back to, let's see which slide it was. I guess the land capacity 2018 slide, kind of middle of the presentation. I wouldn't anticipate that we'd be expanding our UGA based on how significant the last expansion was and the issues that we had after that with our friends at FutureWise. So, and I note that most of that area that we expanded, maybe 15 to 20% of that is built out or in the process of being built out. So there's still just a ton more to go. Does Commerce take that into account, that between now and the next update, 8 years from now, we couldn't even fill that expansion? So, I mean, are they looking at like, hey, 16 years from now when there are 2 updates down the road, then we expand it? Or are they going to want us to expand based on the data you shared earlier and not necessarily based on what's built out?
Yeah, I think it's on us to really dig through it and show them our work. So if we do show that we don't have enough capacity and that we believe an expansion is warranted, then we do that and then they can confirm. So they would be looking at it now. And I haven't, and I don't really actually even know, to be honest, if we need to expand or not. I feel like there is a lot of room, but until I run the numbers and see, I won't have a suggestion. I have a hunch that maybe we need more for industrial lands and jobs, but I'm not sure either. So I'd have to look at the numbers. But if we can show that we can fit the capacity in the city limits, that's definitely the first request from the state per the Growth Management Act established in the 1990s to densify within city limits. So they're really trying to get condensed services in the city area. So growing and sprawling is usually looked at as yes, you can do it if you need to, and you need to show us that you need to.
Right.
So.
Okay, that's kind of what I thought. It wasn't going to be necessarily council's majority opinion or staff's thoughts one way or the other. It's going to be a data-driven answer.
Yes.
Okay. The other question was, how should individual property owners reach out to framework or staff or whomever if they want their parcel land use designation considered for change?
They can reach out, to me if they'd like, and just send an email, and we'll compile the comments. I believe when we get a website up to date, we may do a stock email for people to send their comments to. But if I get them, what I'll be doing is forwarding them to our administrative staff to reconcile and just keep an ongoing spreadsheet of the comments and the topics, and then we'll identify themes and be able to share that with the decision makers that, hey, we heard from 100 people and they all want this, or and we can do this or we can't do this and this is why. So we'll organize the comments. But for now, I would have them send them the ideas directly to me, and then if we do figure out a different format online, like through a form or a survey, we'll do it that way.
Okay. Appreciate that.
Yeah, good questions.
Mr. Browse, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. How are we capturing data for units? Yeah, I think the figure you said was 121,000 people by 2046. Then we need 18,000 units. So are we capturing that data so I guess starting next year? I mean, if you do the math, over 900 units a year, how are we ensuring we're meeting that benchmark? Is that something that in-house we capture?
Yes, we would count. It would be permit reporting. Our existing permit software is another story, but in theory, it should be able to run reports on the amount of units. We have to do that each year for the state to come up with population numbers. So we pull a report on building permits, and a duplex on average results in, I'm making up a number here, but 2.2 people. So we run the report on the units, and then it gives us an assumption of the people. So we can certainly track the unit number, no big deal, throughout, and make sure that we're on or off. And the last cycle, it looks like we were off. We overestimated, but it wasn't it's really just showing the capacity. And if you're just way off on your numbers, you can't control the market or the economy. So it's a target. So if we can't meet the target, and we're doing what we should by providing the space and not making our regulations ridiculously hard to achieve or sneaky things in there that block development, and they find out about it. As long as we have the regulations in place, we're meeting the standard. But that's how it is. You just do an assumption of the people who live in each unit, knowing that it'll be a little more in some cases or less, but you go by the average.
Do you think we'll ever meet that benchmark?
We didn't meet it the last it's all forecast. So something could change. There could be a big development that comes in tomorrow, knocks on our door and says, hey, we want to take up the rest of your industrial land and, create PhD jobs for Pasco. That might, get a lot of people moving to the area. I mean, we're not aware of anything precisely like that, but there could be some big event that changes it and people start moving over here, in the area. So it's a projection. So I don't really know. I just know that it's a guess, and just for me, just what I know so far of this area, obviously I don't think the growth is going to slow down. Over time, I think it will still increase. Just how fast it is the question.
During this process, let's say an individual owner in downtown, if they wanted to change their zoning, could we, in effect, change the zoning across the city in certain areas, or would they have to actually put in a rezoning application?
So I would suggest if people have suggestions on the zoning to let us know, and then we would instead of just it's not a good practice to just rezone individual parcels without looking at the whole plan. So in the city, you want like certain areas designated for industrial, noise, residential. If someone wants to rezone their parcel, we can certainly look at it, but we're looking at general long-term themes, not just like reacting to each property owner and their wishes, because every property owner probably has their own idea. But when you put it all together, is this a functioning city or is it, you know, a disaster because everyone gets to pick their zoning? And I'm all for letting people do what they want on their land, but in cities it does have to be set up to where it respects, you know, where people live and work. So I would say if there is someone who wants to rezone their property, yeah, to reach out, we'll add it to the list. I can't guarantee that everybody will get exactly what they want, but we will look at, you know, where they're zoned and see if it works, because otherwise we'll have a patchwork.
I think the issue that I'm hearing a lot is like in the downtown area, areas that are like C1, C2, C3. Some individuals are complaining they can't put more barbed wire up because of the zoning. And so,
okay, so they wouldn't want to rezone, I guess, not trying to share all the secrets here, but the best way to do it would be to change the code to allow, you know, that in certain areas. But not many cities really like doing that because it is dangerous and it doesn't look great. So barbed wire is usually reserved for like industrial uses or security uses or something like that. I know.
Well, we have a homeless problem like in downtown, so the people are trying to, they want to put more barbed wire, but they're being told they can only put one. And so I know a couple of them want to do the rezoning, but I was just thinking, well, I'm sure this is something we could probably do like a blanket area. Probably not the best approach, but I just thought I'd ask you since you're at the podium.
Yeah, it would be a policy decision if council, the group does desire to allow barbed wire fence downtown. I mean, it just, you know, my professional opinion is it won't look great and it could be dangerous for kids trying to climb around in there. So there's pros and cons. It would keep, you know, maybe some unwanted folks out of their property, but is that what we want our image to be downtown? I don't know. So that's a policy decision. It wouldn't be a rezone. It'd be a policy.
For those other questions you had on there for opportunities, yeah, I would like for us to kind of talk about the Broadmoor area. You know, I think that'd be good to touch on it. We do have a Broadmoor master plan, so I wouldn't devote a lot of time to that, but probably have like a small chapter on it or something. What
certainly
that looks like.
Yes.
I think you also had Broadmoor. Let me pull it up.
Broadmoor, downtown, and Riverview.
Downtown, yeah. I mean, again, we all have master plans for some of that stuff, so probably not labor it, but probably just something in there we can discuss. Public engagement, I think, you know, open houses are great. I think utilizing social media, you know, Facebook, probably have a couple Pasco Pulse episodes, probably a little longer than a couple minutes to talk about this. And Nextdoor, I'm a big fan of Nextdoor. It's becoming like the Wild West, but it's pretty good. A lot of people comment on there, so I know Pasco PD's used that for quite a bit. I think in regards to the joint, I mean, I guess it'd be just on the dates, but I mean, I'm okay with the planning commission just sending us their thoughts in an email form, you know, letters, whatever, writing it down in a sticky note. But I don't know about having like a joint meeting. I mean, we have a lot of stuff that we have to work on, so, but whatever, if the dates work out, I'd be in favor of it, but you know, nothing hurts, just them letting their thoughts through an email, so.
Okay. Yep. And that's what I'm looking for feedback too. I know that there's a lot of things going on right now with the last slide and then the joint meeting, but you know, I was under the assumption that, yeah, maybe at least one council member or council was wanting a joint meeting with planning commission. If you don't want a joint meeting, that's fine. What would probably happen is I would just start the project with the planning commission and we just kind of start taking off. So the point of the joint meeting was more to get council's feedback to planning commission. So if you want to do that like tonight, that's fine, or I can have a second meeting, but really the order of operation shouldn't be bouncing between planning commission and council throughout the process. Planning commission's role is to really do the legwork on it, but we wanted to have an initial get together just so like they know, so we don't do all of this work and say, you know, 20 units are allowed per lot everywhere, and then it gets to council and council's like, that is not anything close to what we want to do, we're denying it, and then it's just not good for anyone. So that was the idea, is like get everyone in the same room, maybe talk about specific themes so we can keep it in our mind as we're working through it. And then if there are some things like throughout the comprehensive plan that I feel like we need to check in with council on before we start going one way, I'll suggest that, you know, to our city leadership team, and if it is allowed, you know, if that's okay with the Pasco way, then I bring it to the council. So I will be doing informal check-ins throughout the process, but that was the idea. So if you don't want a joint meeting, it's definitely not required, we would likely just take your input from this meeting or even have a second workshop with council. And I would put together your comments and basically relay those comments to planning commission if that's how you want to do it and keep it separate. So I'm easy with which way you want to go. I just need direction on that.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Ross, Mr. Harper.
Yeah, I was just going to add my 2 cents. I was the one that reached out to both yourself and Mr. Zabel on doing a joint meeting. For the reason that you just stated, the planning commission is going to do the legwork for several months. And so I would hate for them to go down one path and then comes to council, like, oh, we would have wanted to go down this way. And then it's not good for anybody. It's so much wasted work. And so I think it would be great if we could have a joint meeting where we sort of roundtable priorities and discuss the focus areas and make sure that we're getting them set off on the correct path. And then, like you said, to your point, maybe informal check-ins from there on out. But it's a scary thought to me that we talked about it tonight and then in a year and a half come back with planning commission's kind of final, here's what we did. And I just think it'd be better to have a joint meeting with all of us to start off on the right path. So thanks.
Ms. Blaisdell.
I'm on board with a joint meeting.
Mr. Graham, you have anything or?
No, not especially. I mean, Director Miller's just getting this whole thing started and everything. Appreciate you just not passing it to your consultants too and taking ownership of this, even as new as you are. And, you know, just really says a lot about your leadership and just jumping into this whole thing with both feet. So really appreciate it, Director Miller. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I know you've asked or invited the Planning Commission Chair to come on up and say a few brief words, and I'll caveat it with that. As to the meeting, I know you're kind of seeking direction. I'm open either way. I think the meeting has benefit. I think we do need to let me be clear about this. Doing it at this point would not be a good use of my time. I don't think I'm ready to have direct input, and I think that's what you're soliciting from council. I think, you know, having some greater understanding, or at least really chewing on the direction that the state's pushing us and what my thoughts are before I can give clear thoughts to the planning commission of where, you know, I made my position clear. I may not approve it. You know, I think there's some things that I'd like to understand a little bit better before I see the meeting invite.
Sure.
So.
Okay.
So I'm open to it. I don't think I'm ready right now. I think a little more information, just kind of looking at this presentation a little bit more, processing it, looking at maybe some of the maps and where we may have to grow. I think those are the things that will drive my decision-making process.
Sure. Okay. And given that, we could also do a joint meeting like in late fall or early winter when planning commission has had like 2 or 3 meetings to dig through it. I mean, we won't be signing, you know, everything away by that point. So we could give the planning commission time to dig through it and then do a joint meeting and have more of a focus. Like, hey, here's the 3 main things we've identified. Let's get input. So it's not just, you know, just a free for all. Like, what are we even commenting on? Like, I know what I like and don't like. Then you have more specifics, so I can put a pin in it and then reapproach the topic. Late fall or early winter, and that would work, I think, great because we'd have some concepts ironed out at that point. But there really isn't like, the fact that we have certain numbers and we need to put them in the city, that's really non-negotiable. So when we come to you with like some initial ideas, maybe you could have more feedback at that point if you'd like. That would work fine. It just a check-in almost, as we get through it.
I think that would be my preference. I mean, especially knowing the numbers are driven as they are, and then also looking at where we are growing, the permits that are currently in queue, and how those might affect or make that 18,000 units not look so, onerous.
Sure. Yep. That sounds great. Do we want to invite the planning commission chair up to
Absolutely.
say some words? Yep.
If you've got some thoughts, go ahead. If not, I know we've already run quite long, so either way.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jerry Cochran. I have served on the Planning Commission the last 5 years and chaired it for the last 3.5. And so I will be brief. A couple of things that I want to come to mind. First of all, we have a very diverse group of commissioners. Not all of us agree on everything, and we don't even agree on whether we should have a joint meeting. So we're like you, we have mixed reviews. I think some of the themes we've seen over the years is just one of the things I'll start with is a bit of balance. Is the idea that we're constantly balancing property rights, developer interests, citizen priorities, city priorities, principles. Those are the things that we're going to have to grapple with this comprehensive plan update. Also, growth versus livability. We're constantly dealing with that. Access, transit, bikeways versus traffic, those kinds of things. The other thing that we encounter fairly often as the Planning Commission is the notion of passing codes but not enough resources to actually enforce them. So that's another concern we have is I think we have 1.5 or 2 code enforcement officers for all of what we do in Pasco. And so that's a bit of a concern is that you can't enforce it anyway. So why do we get bogged down in too much? The last thing, or 2 more things is we don't always need to be like other cities. Often we get presented with options from council members, citizens, city staff that, hey, this city is doing it, why shouldn't we do this too? And I frequently hear cities from the west side and we like, hey, Tacoma's doing this, we want to do this too. It's like, we don't want to be like Tacoma, right? And so I think there's this common theme that we see, and whether it's nobody means ill, they're just trying to do a good job at their work, but we don't always want to be like other cities, right? So that's another theme. The last one is actually right on, you teed up for me, Mayor Serrano, is we also see this constant pressure from the state. And the state either tempts us with grants, we become addicted to grants, we become addicted to bribe funding. If you pass this ordinance, we'll give you a staff member and we'll fund a staff member. And so my feedback is we've seen a lot of that. And I think we always see these things coming down from the state, and I think we have diverse opinions on the commission, but we also would encourage you to push the envelope a little bit and not become addicted to state grants and funding, and also sometimes say, what is the real requirement? I mean, even we spent a little bit of time talking about the income levels for housing units. If you look at the Commerce website, that's guidance about implementing the law. It doesn't mean we have to take the letter of that everywhere we go. So I'd encourage, I'm out at the lab, I'm the Associate Lab Director and Chief Digital Officer. I deal with federal government requirements all the time. We are constantly pushing back on the Department of Energy. It's like, that's not what that says and we're not going to do that, right? And so I'd encourage us to take a little bit of risk envelope there, and I think that kind of represents what we've seen in the commission over the years. But we have a diverse group of people with different opinions, just like you do. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, Chair Cochran, and thank you, commissioners, for spending some of your evening with us. I do appreciate that notion of, I too at one point worked out on site, and there was a notion of see something, say something. So if you see something that doesn't suit the city of Pasco, and obviously there's a diverse opinion there, diverse opinions here, diverse opinions in the audience and amongst staff. But if you see something that just doesn't make sense, don't hesitate to raise it through Director Miller or even, reach out to me. Happy to take concerns. Doesn't mean we'll necessarily agree or that I'll even forward them, but I'll at least hear it. So I do appreciate that. If we don't have anything else, Director Miller.
I'm good.
All right. With that, now is the opportunity for public comment on this issue. Do we have any public comment here? Going once, going twice, third time. That'll move us along to item C again. Commissioners, thank you for spending a good portion of your evening with us. Thank you very much for your work and dedication. We do look forward to seeing some traction, and then hopefully we can figure out the best part of the process to meet so that we can spend our time effectively. So thank you again. With that, item C is evaluating building code enforcement. It's going to stay with you, Director Miller.
And not for long. So I have the pleasure of introducing William Hill. He is a certified building official and he works for BHC Consultants. I believe he's been there for 15 years or longer. And he's the project manager for building and construction code compliance. And Willie has helped us immensely with this project. He has years of expertise on this topic, so he'll be up here presenting. I'll be over there if you have any questions, but I'm going to turn it over to Willie.
plug in here or I'm gonna run out of juice. I'm sure you got someplace there for me to plug in. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay.
I think there's one right there.
Wow.
Just don't blow our fuse. That's right.
Has the fire marshal looked in here in a while? Okay, this has got to get here. Well, thank you, council, for having me here. As taken with Regia and Framework. I'm on the Frameworks team. Jeff Marengo and I went back a lot of years to the city of Langley while I was their contract building official, and Jeff was their city planner. So we worked together way back there, and he tracked me down on this project. I'm retired, at least I thought I was. At the end of the year, I've got 40 years in this business, and I'm just kind of hanging around helping BHC out. I built their construction code compliance division some years, but have kind of moved on, and I enjoy doing this sort of stuff, helping out communities and helping kind of navigate codes. It's interesting. This presentation on the comprehensive plan, I was sitting here thinking, it's interesting, and it's something that's important to building codes. The comprehensive plan goes out 10 years and further. And you got these updates you have to do. The building code is in a development process, national, every 3 years. Every 3 years, a pile of new codes come down the line. It starts at national development, code development, down to the state levels, and then the local levels. So it's a dynamic process. It's a very dynamic process, and staying up with them is not always easy. So I'm not quite sure how you want to present this. You want me to go through the slides, or okay? Okay. Oh, it's on here?
Yes.
I have it on mine here. I've got some talking points on mine.
You can press this too.
That, okay, to go to address some of these areas here. Feel free to stop me, ask any questions. We don't have a lot of slides here. We only have a handful. I've got some narrative that I'm adding to each one of these explanations. As I said, feel free to ask me any questions as we go along this here. Project background: the goal of activating downtown includes allowing for events and programming in buildings. Complaints of restrictions: the big gorilla, sprinklers. Okay, that's the big gorilla here, and that's what we heard a lot about. And how those sprinklers are regulated, how they come about. Is there any leeway in how you can address the buildings and the sprinkler requirements? So we've looked into that. We've considered that. As I said, I bring 40 years of experience into this on both sides of the state. I was a building official in Quincy for 6 years, building official and planner up there through the all through the 90s. I started out in Chelan County. I'm not a big city code guy. I grew up in Wenatchee. I hung on the cable stay bridge out here for 2 months as a concrete finisher, grinding those struts across the towers. I'm very familiar with Pasco. I worked out at Hannaford too and FFTF as a concrete finisher for a lot of years. So ended up getting in the code arena and spent most of my career over in the Seattle area. So I think I bring some credibility to this. What did I do here? Well, so we need to understand the code basis for these decisions in order to best understand how we can support businesses. What are some of the latitudes available to us when it comes to, again, the big gorilla, sprinklers. with communities like Pasco, you have a lot of existing buildings, and the dynamics of developing a downtown is businesses coming and going. And it's probably safe to say that I see over 90% of issues we're dealing with existing buildings. We're not dealing with new buildings. We're dealing with existing buildings that have been standing, 30, 40, 50, 60 years. And different buildings, different owners want to do something different in them. And that's where the varying sprinkler thresholds get triggered in one way or another. So this process started out in January 25. We reviewed the issues of the Pasco Municipal Code related occupancy. We conducted some interviews down in the downtown with some of the business owners. Tom was one of them. We spoke with him on a couple of occasions. I went in and in March we reviewed the IBC building code and a memo on the findings that we've got from the downtown business owners, and speaking with some city staff. We met with Mr. Rice one afternoon in the commercial kitchen project, so we've had discussions with him. And then in May we had a meeting with the consultation with the city team, and we kind of highlighted what we were going to do. Richa was involved with that, and kind of talked about where this was going and what we wanted to bring forward. The main findings are the sprinkler requirements, occupant loads, nightclub viewing areas, definitions, specialty temporary uses, karaoke, informal dinners. Those 4 bulleted items there are primarily what all of this is circled around and what we have responded to, and what I'm prepared to go into a little more detail on this. Did you receive a printed copy of a whole bunch of code stuff? Okay, I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to take you through that. It's kind of for reference as I go through here. Read that at your leisure. You might even want to take some notes on it as I mention some of that stuff going through these slides. Everybody got one?
Yeah, we received it in an email.
Oh, in the email.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
It was like a 4-page document you talked about.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Good. Okay, findings and takeaways. You need to clarify among staff and constituents. When are sprinklers required? What is a nightclub? And what constitutes a viewing area? Those 2 elements there came about in the code changes in 2006. Prior to that, nightclub wasn't addressed in the building code. Have any of you heard of the Rhode Island Station nightclub fire? In that handout that I put together, there's some links in there that you could go to. There is a plethora of videos of that fire from different angles, different perspectives, and it's very dynamic. 100 people died in that fire, and it went up like that. That is what the requirements for nightclub got in the code to try to address. That fire was in 2003. Prior to 2006, the occupant load that drove sprinkler requirements in assembly uses, eight uses being restaurants, bars, clubs, those were all assembly occupancies. The occupant load threshold was 300. You didn't have to have sprinklers till you had an occupant load greater than 300. That was in 2003. 2006, national codes changed that to 100. So, pretty safe to say most of your downtown buildings predate 2006, don't they? So there you go. When those things went in, maybe it was a bar, maybe it was a restaurant, whatever, they didn't need to be sprinklers. That's why probably almost all of your existing buildings don't have sprinklers, because they weren't required at that time because of that threshold. Along comes the definition of nightclub. And this has thrown a little bit of a quandary in the works statewide, not just here in Pasco. Other jurisdictions have kind of struggled with this around the state over the years. The one part of that definition that of nightclub that stands out is the part of the viewing area and the dance area of more than 350 square feet. Seems pretty straightforward. You know, if you don't have an area greater than 350 square feet for viewing or dancing, it's not a nightclub for this definition, for the sprinkler threshold. Well, you've got a 1,200 square foot restaurant with nothing but seating and tables over there, and you've got a guy over there in the corner playing guitar or doing the karaoke. There's no separation between him and the dining area. Some code officials will say, you got 1,200 square feet of viewing area. It's right there. But it goes hand in hand with viewing and or dancing areas. So what normally gets done is the delineation somehow. If it's a carpeted dining area, I've seen tile floor put out there. Some sort of delineation for that 350 square feet. The proprietor can say, there's my area for viewing and for dancing, and it's not greater than 350 square feet. You're good to go. Local interpretation, though, and local application. Not every single code official has taken that approach in the state. Why? Because there's plenty of fire officials that will go into these places on Friday, Saturday nights, and this is not the one or two people that was anticipated being in there. The place is packed with karaoke. Loud noises, a lot of distraction, limited exits, and when things go bad, people need to be able to get out. And it usually comes from experience, and I've queried the building officials in the Tri-Cities area, both Kennewick, West Richland, and others, and I received some testimony that in fact that has happened, that is happening here in the Tri-Cities area. They never named a specific place, but I've been told of some places that are hosting karaoke that are restaurants, basically shut the restaurant down at 9 o'clock and open it up for karaoke, or 10 o'clock, whatever. And now it's a whole big karaoke thing going on for the evening. So, local enforcement, that's part of an issue for the fire marshal's office. That's no different than any other occupant load scenarios that we have in any other type of uses. That's why fire departments do their inspections, do their annuals, whatever. Fire marshal can come knocking on your tavern on any given Friday or Saturday night, and they're going to go right to that occupant load sign that says 75. If they count 200, guess what? Things are going to start getting shut down. That's the way codes have been administered and how the enforcement is taken on codes for a lot of years. And this really is no different. You tell the code official, this is my 350 square feet. Code official says, okay, you're good to go. Fire marshals roll in there some night and that ain't what's going on. Then it's start over again. Any questions on that? So there's I explained a little bit about the occupant loads. Occupant load of 100 plus people, viewing area 350 square feet. That's what's so different about building codes. Just like a handrail height. The handrail is required to be 34 to 38 inches above the nosing of the tread. Doesn't say 38 and a half. It doesn't say 33 and 3/4. It says 34 to 38. Those are hard numbers. The code official, that's what he's looking at. If he goes out there in that new construction, throws that tape measure on that handrail, and it's 36 inches or 39 inches high, you know, what if it's 38 and a half? What if it's 38 and a quarter? It's no different than the speed limit. It says 55. Well, geez, I was only going 57. I was only going 60. You got to fall back on what the thresholds are. And when you got hard numbers in the code, it's hard to deviate from it. The code said more than 100, you got to have sprinklers. Plain and simple. If you have more than 350 square feet, you're a nightclub by definition. So is there ways to work with that? There is. There is. One thing that we looked at here is non-conforming structures have been damaged for 6 months. This is a zoning issue here. This doesn't really apply to building codes because there's really nothing in the building code that addresses non-conforming uses. What we have is the international existing building code that you have to go to anytime you're working in an existing building. The building code used to have existing building provisions in the body of the building code in chapter 33. It's now its own code, the international existing building code. So if you're opening up and you're doing a change of use, occupancy change of use. If it was a restaurant for 30 years and it shut down for a couple years, year and a half, open back up and it's still a restaurant, that's not a change of use. Now, that might have some issues for zoning if it shuts down over a certain amount of time, but the building code really doesn't have any thresholds on that. If it's a B occupancy, you can be a restaurant of less than 50 people, be classified as a B occupancy. All right, well, we're going to add 1,200 square feet and we want to bump this out for a real nice dining area out there. Well, now you're no longer a B occupancy, you're an A2. That is a change of use. And typically when you do have a distinct change of use, all the codes kick in. Sometimes there's some flexibility on that. Again, back to local authority. How can you work with that? You got some hard numbers there. You know, you were 50 occupant load, you were 49. You're a dining area, but you were a B occupancy. Now that you're more than 50 and you're serving food, you are now an A occupancy. Here's what we got. This is something we ran across. That one of our recommendations is to clarify this. You do have a nightclub definition in the Pasco Municipal Code in the zoning part. That's in your chapter 25. Okay? That's a complete different purpose for that than what you've got over here in the State Building Code 1927 for a nightclub. This is interesting here. This was the State Building Code interpretation that was issued in 2009. This was about then when things started kind of going on around the state and code officials were trying to figure out how do we address this nightclub thing. So they started sending in some interpretation. In fact, I think Troy sent one into the State Building Code Council. A couple of them. But intended to apply to nightclubs similar to the Station nightclub in Rhode Island. That's a pretty strong statement there. One of the things we push as code officials in the state when it comes to administering the building code, Pete, were you a builder?
Not me.
Well, I thought I understood that you had building experience. There's the letter of the code and the intent of the code. And the intent of the code is important. In all my years, I used to attend a lot of the national code hearings. And we would always encourage our new inspectors coming up through the ranks, or new plan reviewers, and even at the jurisdiction level, we would try to send as many of them to the national code hearings as we could. Because it was a real eye-opener to see on that floor how something actually got into the code. Was it truly a life safety issue, or did somebody just do a really good job lobbying their product into the code? Do I have any plumbers in the room? Good, I'm going to say something. Plastic pipe. Plastic pipe was brought, PVC was brought to code hearings year after year after year back into the 70s. And it was turned down every time because it was an inferior product. It was an unsafe product. Well, you didn't have to have very much of a tradesman's skill to cut and glue plastic versus sweating, soldering, bending copper. That's why it was fought for so many years. Now, without having that knowledge of where it kind of came from, that will impact you a little bit on how you're enforcing the code. And there's a lot of things in the code that way. It's good to know where it came from. What was the intent of the code? Are we meeting the intent with what we're doing here? There's one of the most underutilized sections of the building code is section 104, alternate means and methods. And alternate means and methods gives the building official to accept something entirely not in the building code. It's right there. It's been in the code forever. I say it's one of the most underutilized sections because attorney's over here. He probably knows where I'm going with this. Once you step out of the black and white, now you're hanging it out there just a little bit, So you better document the heck out of what you're going to approve. But it's an approved process. If you don't like what the code's saying you got to do, bring an alternate process to the building official, let him rule on it. He'll ask for documentation. He'll ask for all kinds of test reports. And when it's all said and done, you may say, yeah, I approve this. I approve this method. You got my signature on it. That's how things can change in the code. Not everything, but some things can fall into that category. No questions so far? Okay, so I explained to that the whole Station nightclub fire in Rhode Island. Again, I encourage you to take a look at, go to a couple of those sites and watch that. It's very eye-opening. Here's ways we can comply. Here's what we can do. And what I found is being done here in Pasco currently. Pretty standard what the rest of the state's doing, how they're addressing it, using these ways right here. Using those right there. That fire watch, that's a big one. Limiting occupancy, firewalls, cutting down the fire area. One of the other thresholds of for A occupancies isn't just the, I thought I had it in here, isn't just the occupant load, but it's 5,000 square feet. If you have 5,000 square feet, that requires sprinklers also. Well, how can you cut down 5,000 square feet? Maybe you can put some firewalls in, reduce that fire area. Now, maybe it's not practical. For you to pencil out your net profit and everything, you need every square inch of that 5,000 square feet for paying customers. Get that. But there's another way to look at it. Can you cut down that fire area somehow? If you can't cut down that fire area and you're in one of these old buildings that didn't have to have sprinklers, and now you end up putting entertainment in there, maybe we're not talking karaoke, maybe we're talking full-blown entertainment 2 nights a week. Bring a small band in and put them over there in the corner a couple nights a week. That fire watch is a very accepted method around the state. Look, you don't have sprinklers in here, special event permit. We can issue a special event permit. Special event permit in that permit, it's gonna be identified what your mitigation requirements are gonna be. And the fire department usually has a lot of, fire marshal's office usually has a lot of input when you start putting together special event permits. But that's what they're for. You've got a space here that's only built to accommodate so many people. Exiting, that's another thing. Exit doors. That's a big issue. You know your little strip malls, and you got your little shops in the strip malls, and somebody decides to put a cafe in this little strip mall that hasn't had a cafe before. It's been something else. It's been whatever. Maybe it's a tattoo shop or something. I don't know. And there's only one exit out of that. They are limited to 50 occupants. And if they set up a dining area in there and they're showing a seating capacity of 65 people, they can't go in there unless you put the sprinklers in. Well, it's a full little strip mall building. It's one space out of 7, and that building is not sprinkled. They're not going to sprinkler that one space. How do you get creative with that? You limit the occupant load. You post it. The code does allow you to use a design occupant load. Some code officials push back on that with the idea that, well, yeah, we're going to post it for 49. Well, they're going to have 60 in there every stinking night. Well, okay, send the fire marshal in and start writing tickets. If they say they're only going to be less than 50, that's what they got to be at. So it's a collaboration, and being behind the public counter for as many years as I've been, I've told hundreds and hundreds of not just contractors, but homeowners, call and ask us a question. It don't cost you a dime. The fact is, and what we do and what we deal with as fire and code officials is we deal with a lot of folks asking for forgiveness and not permission. And that makes our job very difficult to make that work. Come and ask the questions. If you're going to be looking at people from the public here, if you're going to come to town and start shopping this 10,000 square foot building downtown to put a business in it, go talk to the building and planning department before you start closing any deals. Find out what you can and can't do. That gets us back to what you ended up with, one of the final bullets on the planning program there. Getting out to the public. Getting information out to the public. Over in Western Washington, some of the bigger building departments that have the horsepower to do it would put on weekly programs. Sometimes they'll do on little builder short courses on weekends at the building department. Show you how to build a firewall. Here's a real simple way to build firewalls if you want to know how to build a firewall. And they'll do little shop setups to it. They'll set them up as some of the street fairs sometimes. Home Depot and Lowe's, they do that. They'll go in there and show you how to build something. They'll have it set up there on a Saturday. There's some building departments that have done that too. And if you're trying to get this information on what you can and can't do in existing buildings out, I can't emphasize it more that the public awareness has to be part of the program. You got to get it out there somehow.
I think part of the, frustration for the current owners of the downtown area, there's so many buildings that are either vacant or so much space that they can't utilize because they don't have the sprinkler system, and a lot of those are basements. And there's one that pops into my head that's about 5,000 square feet. They have all this area that they'd want to add more seating to their business or a commercial kitchen, and it's nothing but roadblocks unless they put the sprinkler system in. So I think the frustrating part that I keep hearing over and over is they've been told you can't do it unless you have a sprinkler system.
Well, one of the other items, well, in other words, or go talk to a fire protection engineer. And nobody you talk to is going to be free. I get that. There's going to be a little bit of that. But some of these guys can come up with some stuff that code officials don't always think about.
So more, they just need to be creative in finding the solution.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Oh,
Sprinkler guide, public meeting.
Mr. Perales, I believe, has a comment or question. And then if we can slide through the end.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, just to kind of go off what Councilmember Blazer was saying. I don't know, I think it would have been more prudent to have Troy here, Mr. Hendren. He's our fire marshal, correct?
Say that again?
Isn't Troy our fire marshal?
I believe he is. I believe he's wearing both hats at this time.
Okay. Yeah,
Which is tough.
Yep, yeah. It would have been nice to have him here because, you know, he's the individual who's enforcing our PMC, IBC, state codes and stuff like that. And he has a few times, like you indicated, sent in questions to the State Building Code Council and stuff. I like a lot of things that we're talking about here. And like you said, get creative. But, you know, his department has been a barrier and he hasn't been very open. So I would like to hear that straight from him. Because you can have a presentation like this every other month, but unless he's putting his blessing on this, I mean, I don't see this really going anywhere. He's asked people to go hire engineers, and now I'm here, and now he's asking people to go out and find these fire protection engineers. I just want to make sure that we have a recipe for success for these business owners. And I've done some research. I mean, there's places across the state that are getting creative, Spokane, Seattle, Tacoma, in lieu of having sprinklers to an extent in getting creative. And so, I mean, we should look to other municipalities. I mean, I'll go ahead and rattle off one right here. Over in Tacoma, assembly, occupancy, and mixed-use building, issue, bar, nightclub operating in a non-sprinkler mixed-use space. Response, City of Tacoma worked with the business to implement an alternate fire protection plan, including a monitored fire alarm system, restricted occupancy, and fire-rated separations. Code basis, alternative compliance approved under the local authority's power, under the WAC-adopted IBC/IFC. I mean, that's just one of a couple that I found just by kind of researching a couple things. And so we need to understand that Troy's going to allow something like this.
I agree.
You know, and so, again.
You need to be communicating with your official
Right.
here and find out what he's
I think we can do this. I think the business owners want to do this.
Yeah.
I think if we had a creative plan in place, some people could, you know, operate, make money, and then perhaps have them get a fire sprinkler. I think a lot of them want to in the long run. Right. A lot of these individuals do. They cost a lot of money, especially retrofitting a lot of these older buildings and stuff. But, you know, this code is not being enforced everywhere. There's places in Kennewick, and they've been bars for a long time. I visited them myself. I went and did my own research, walked in. This is a bar, and they have karaoke 2 times a week, and there's no sprinklers. I asked the person in there, where's your sprinklers? Oh, we don't have it. We've been grandfathered in. And this place has been there for a very long time. So, I mean, there's ways, but then they have fire watches and they do stuff to be compliant. So that's the thing, is that I haven't seen it allowing us to be creative. And so I love the things that you said today, but again, it's moot if we don't have Troy Hendren saying, you know what, we do this, this, and this. This will be okay. This will be within the intent of the code.
Well, back to what I talked about, the codes, hard numbers.
I do see the city manager's
light.
light.
Hard requirements.
Dave?
Pointing to your legal counsel.
Yeah, your light on.
Waiting to talk.
What?
Waiting to talk.
Okay. Okay.
I mean, it's a matter of legal.
Yeah.
I mean, it's legal. It's a state law.
Right.
It's a state law. And like I said before, when you start going down that path of alternate methods and materials, code officials are individuals, and they come with a lot of different backgrounds.
But they do allow it, though, right? I mean, building code departments do allow it. I mean, like epoxy resin materials, right? That's an alternate method of construction, but it's allowed under that section 104, like you're talking about.
Right.
So, I mean, there's ways to make this work for our community and ensure the safety of the people going into these businesses. So that's what I mean. It's just figuring out a plan so that people can be safe. You know, that's my perspective on this. So this has been an issue going on for a long time. I appreciate the presentation, but it's just a matter of figuring out that plan, and again, I would hate to have people go through this thing and still be told no because there's something else. So I want to make sure everything's out on the table, everyone clearly understands what they need to do, and maybe perhaps have the building department, Troy, the fire marshal, look at some of these alternatives and talk to these other departments across the state.
Yeah.
I mean, because they're implementing things, because again, there's businesses or these buildings have been here forever. And just, it's very costly to retrofit them.
Well, I see that.
To bring them up to code,
as a whole city issue. I mean, how is the city?
So I will call attention, Deputy City Manager has her light on, I think she's got something.
Thank you, Mayor. One of the things, and we've really enjoyed working with Willie and really taking in all of the experiences that he's had all across the country, and also being part of national, state level organizations. And this is definitely an effort, a collaboration with Framework and Willie and the CED staff, and an effort to figure out how we can be creative. So to the concerns of where we go from there, in the screen you see the next steps. Some of that is interpretation memo. These are risky areas, and so we do want to allow our staff to have some leeway on how we look at certain things. Like Willie mentioned earlier, you can create the 350 square foot viewing area, but if every Friday night you're out there and there's 200 people and the chairs are out in the patio and there's a room full of people, it is hard to say yes to that. And so we are creating frameworks slowly, but frameworks to say yes as much as we can, and then bring in the enforcement if there are few bad actors. And so that is the approach. We're also going to be working further to see what other cities are doing, and that is something staff has been looking at, and we've been learning a lot from Willie as well. So changing the culture overall is definitely a plan, but we also need a little bit more cover for staff to ensure that they feel comfortable taking some of the action as well. And so you'll see some outcomes of this effort, which includes interpretations. What are the other places doing that will help all of us get to yes more times than not?
I got a question, Willie. Have you, in your time, have you seen business owners put perhaps the city as additionally insured in order to make stuff like this work?
That's probably a question for your attorney over there. I've heard that kicked around. In fact, I believe it has been done in some cases, but it's that's what he gets the big bucks.
Well, I'm asking because I know a couple building owners have I've had conversations with Troy, and they were saying something about that effect, and so I just wanted to see if you've seen.
Well, something you got to be careful of. You mentioned the city of Seattle. City of Seattle is not under the state building code. They're their own code. They always have been. They are not regulated under the state building code at all, and they do a whole bunch of stuff that people like to point to that can only be done in Seattle. Seattle was one of the first jurisdictions to start allowing single occupants in single exits in multi-story buildings. Now, you got a whole housing stock there in Seattle that goes sky high, that are narrow, tight. You start telling them to blow out walls and stuff, to add second exits and third exits, it don't work. So there's a reason why Seattle, is able to be more flexible. And the fact they've got 300 code personnel out there. Troy's got Troy. They've got 300 people out there running around in that city, keeping their eyes on what's going on. Single shingle town is a whole lot different. That's, again, there's going to be a whole lot more apprehensive to stick your foot out there too far on that. Well, let's do something different. Let's see if we can work around it. But it can be done. There are some options, and you definitely need to come together on it. And a campaign to downtown education of the business owners. please, folks, don't go buy your building without going and talking to City Hall about what you can and can't do with it. Tell your friends that, you know. It may seem like a good deal, but you better get down to City Hall and find out what the limitations of that building are. They still might not like the answer, but hopefully they invested a bunch of money to be told no. There's a difference.
I asked the question, and Mr. Ferguson, and he kind of pointed to you. Perhaps maybe you could provide an answer to that.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. We'd have to obviously run that through our insurance company, but the central concern is when you start to engage in this with an applicant for a particular use of a building, you're creating you're getting out of the public duty doctrine and you're getting into creating a special relationship, and that's where the liability starts to really increase. I don't know at what point in this code process with approval for fire where that line is. We could do some research and find that out, but essentially what it sounds like you're requesting is information about whether someone could add the city as an additional insured on a private policy to then be able to acquire a permit. Is that accurate?
Yeah. I guess that would be the intent of what Troy was asking a couple of business owners.
Yeah, I'm not aware of that. I haven't ever come across that, but that's something we can try to do some investigation.
Ms. Blaisdell, and then I think we'll go ahead and wrap up
I
here.
have a comment and one question. One comment, I think Troy and the staff have always looked at safety first to make sure that whatever project that they're doing is they're putting the safety of the citizens in place. So I think that he cares, and that's his motive behind the job that he does. He wants to prevent something bad happening to anyone in the city of Pasco. One question I do have is, in one of the slides it says reoccurring special permit may require fire watch. Would that be something like security? Is that what you're referring to?
That has taken, no, that's interesting. That's a good question, because I know for a fact some jurisdictions have been more restrictive on that than others. Some jurisdictions have required certified fire personnel. Other jurisdictions have said, I don't care, just give us somebody that you know is going to be there. Eyes. Construction sites is a good example. I know for a fact on some construction projects, multifamilies, large multifamily projects, stick frame, those things. Western Washington's had some fires. Linwood, where I used to be building official, had some big multifamily fires right at the framing and sheathing stage. I mean, you've got 4 stories of stick frame buildings, 200 units, and somebody decides to torch it overnight. And the thing goes up. Well, the sprinklers weren't even in yet. The water lines weren't even in yet. Those contractors would be asked, put a fire watch out here. Most jurisdictions on that case would say, just get some of your crew out there, but we want a fire watch out here. We want that whole perimeter covered all night long. But I do know of some jurisdictions that when you ask for a fire, when you require a fire watch, you're going to want to have fire personnel. That's an inner office thing you have to figure out what you're comfortable with.
Thank you.
Well, we certainly appreciate the presentation. It looks like we have some potential next steps. I think, I'm absolutely interested in seeing what the interpretation memo looks like from staff or from whomever it comes forward. And then I think leading that into the other bullet points ought to be our next steps. Take the memo, be able to kind of chew on it, and then go from there. I appreciate your time. Do we have any additional questions or comments from council?
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any public comments on this issue? Going one? Go ahead.
Oh, here's Tom.
Big Maple Properties, 108 North 4th in Pasco. I have a lot of experience with this, and I really want to echo the statements that that were made here tonight. I think one of the challenges is that right now you do have a staffing issue with enforcement or people that you could bring out and get creative with. There were staff resources that you could meet up with and talk with, and now unfortunately a lot of that work is having to be outsourced. So I think that would be a good introspective look for you guys to understand why are we shedding staff and figure out why. I heard about a club locally. I think we all know exactly which club that is, and I'm sure that it's just allowed to operate the way that it does. And that was the first one that I cited when I heard this. When I heard about these issues. And the next thing, I think that there's a lot of misinformation out there when there's only one conduit that's telling you things instead of actually going out there and working with you. Staff has been very good about being creative and talking with you historically. But when you only have that one person or two people acting as that conduit, then they get to control the narrative. So it's really good to get out there and understand, what are people trying to do? How are they doing it? And did they enlist an engineer? Did they enlist an architect? Did they just take the word of their property owner? And that's really where it comes down to, is there's a lot of opportunity for bad actors to take advantage of businesses or folks that just don't have the resources to hire an engineer. I know I did, and it was well worth the $1,000 to pay to say, hey, how do we do this floor plan? How do we lay it out so we don't have to trigger all these other items? So those are my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Certainly appreciate that feedback. Any additional public comment? Going twice? Going third time? With that, we'll move along to item D, which is resolution, consideration of waiver related to PNC or Pasco Municipal Code section 9.40.020 subsection E for special event application. Ms. Pashon.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So the item before you this evening includes two components for your consideration. The first is a request for a waiver to allow a beer garden at a special event being held in a city park. And the second is consideration of possible updates to Pasco Municipal Code related to alcohol consumption in city parks and recreation facilities. Under PMC 9.40.020, possession and consumption of alcohol in city parks is prohibited unless the applicant has secured a valid rental permit. One key provision, subsection E, requires that such events be private and by invitation only, unless this condition is waived by a resolution of City Council. A little history, Council has previously approved 3 resolutions granting waivers or providing flexibility in this area. Resolution 2606 in 2001 designated Peanuts Park and Farmers Market as acceptable locations for liquor possession and consumption. It authorized the Director of Administrative and Community Services, or now Parks and Recreation, to issue permits and waive the requirement for private or limited attendance events. Resolution 2879 was passed in 2005, which added Wade Park for the annual Water Follies event only. And Resolution 3147 was passed in 2009 and approved a single beer garden event at the Pasco softball complex. So in your packet tonight is a draft resolution for your review and consideration. Also included is a letter from the applicant outlining special provisions for Council to consider in granting the waiver. As part of the review process, staff has conducted a comparative analysis of similar practices in neighboring cities. Both Kennewick and Richland prohibit alcohol in parks by default, but allow exceptions via administrative approvals. Their process does not require council action, but do require event organizers to obtain state liquor permits and go through established special event application procedures. As the city continues to modernize its processes to enhance efficiency and customer service, staff believes this topic merits broader discussion. To that end, council may wish to consider the following potential amendments to the PMC at a future workshop: expanding eligible locations, eliminating the waiver requirement, and then requiring special event permits for any alcohol in parks. This evening, staff is seeking the following: direction on placing the draft ordinance on the June 16th agenda for formal approval, feedback on potential updates to the PMC to streamline the process for handling special event that include alcohol in our city parks. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pashon. I don't see any further lights, so I'll go ahead and speak. A couple things. I do think we probably need to address this more in depth once we get through the myriad of critical path elements and items that we have. I know we've got several things, everything from fee structures and those sorts of things that really are in the business of the city of making sure that we can operate and fund critical resources. So I guess I'm open to looking at. I see some really strong distinctions from those historical permits. Peanuts Park is pretty landlocked. This is going to be a much larger park. Green space. I understand the beer garden's probably going to have some sort of gated feature or something. I do struggle, having a beer garden in a park that large. I'm not sure. Maybe just the historical use doesn't seem to fit in for me. So I'm not sure that, from my perspective, that taking a last minute action. I don't know when staff got this, but they're asking us, 2 weeks before the event. I think personally, if I had more time to think through this, I'd be more inclined to really dig into it and say, what does the police need? What does the fire need? Is there any security need? Those things I don't think are fully answered at this point.
I will say that all requirements have been addressed. So the special event permit as well as the special provisions that are outlined in the PMC. So the only remaining item would be the resolution from council.
Got it. I know Ms. Blaisdell just whispered that she had some questions. So I have additional, but go ahead.
I have a couple questions. I know they had their event either last year or the year before at Peanuts Park. Did they have a beer garden in Peanuts Park at that time?
Not to my knowledge, no. This is the first time that they were requesting to have a beer garden at their event.
Okay. My other concern would be this would be a controlled environment versus going to your car and drinking or undercover drinking. So I guess the benefits would be more controlled. And then the third comment I have or question is, will the pool be opened for public use?
At that point, the pool will be open for public use.
Okay.
But just like any other beer garden or garden, it would go through, they've got their Washington State liquor control permit, so it's required for fencing, security, and all of those. So there'd be wristbands.
So I guess my only concern, other than I'm going to the beer garden, I'm drinking, it's hot, the pool's open for public swimming, let's go swimming, and then it's one thing, so that would be my only concern, or just to bring up, I guess.
And I would turn to Director Rice, but I do know that there are, it's prohibited to be under the influence at our city pool, so.
I guess, how do you control that? And I guess I would like to hear from the chief and what I'm assuming that the plan would be.
Thank you, Chief.
As Ms. Pashon had mentioned, they have met the requirements that we had put forth as far as additional security and whatnot that we usually require in these circumstances. They've met all of those that we have asked them to meet, with the exception of this section that has to come before you.
Mr. Harpster.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment as Mayor Serrano. One question to it: the letter sent from Miss Martin to staff, there's no date on it. When was that sent or received?
That was last week, and I believe it was Thursday or Wednesday.
Okay. The one concern I have, I think, 3-4 weeks ago, we had a request from a property owner wanting to add a driveway. And the letter from that property owner was 4 months prior to when we had the meeting. It's just a little note. But I'm just not a fan of, like Mayor Serrano, having an opportunity for folks to drink alcohol and then hang out in a city park where, 2 weeks from now when this event occurs is going to be during summer break that just started. So it's likely there'd be lots of children there, and I may be in the minority, but I would just ask that we do not put this on the consent agenda next week and allow us to do an individual vote. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Herbster. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was just gonna, my question was maybe just for Mr. Ferguson, just as far as a liability issue to the city with, you know, kind of what Councilwoman Blaisdell brought up in regard to the pool and other things. I mean, are all their I's dotted and their T's crossed, for lack of a better phrase, or, you know, could this potentially become a problem for us?
Well, it sounds like they've met all the requirements of the code, which does have insurance requirements related to the event. They have to have liquor host license or insurance and other hold harmless that's required per the code. So if staff believes that all those requirements are met, then yeah, I think they would obviously qualify for. That's why those requirements are in there, so that we don't end up with some liability. But if you're asking me to say that an attorney won't sue us for anything, then you got the wrong guy. So,
thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
So then, will you say an attorney will sue us for anything? Look, I think we've all, or several of us, have raised concerns. I'd say at best this goes on the non-consent agenda. Personally, I'm just not sure. Again, I see some really strong distinctions. I understand that, you know, we'd have controls in place, but the distinction between a controlled area in Peanuts Park that's very locked, maybe, I don't know how the softball location looked. I probably wasn't even here based on the year that you gave. I have my concerns, and of course I also recognize that there may also be opportunities that we're looking at for like the FIFA World Cup, where we may want a beer garden. I realize that that may too have the same concern. So I don't know. I think it's I guess, is anyone fully opposed to seeing this come next week? I don't hear that, so place it on the non-consent and we can have further discussion. And maybe if there are some of those questions that you've heard raised, I don't know about liability, it sounds like that's pretty well covered, but maybe just tee it up a little bit. Maybe some of the security issues that have been addressed. Again, from my perspective, I'm not a huge fan of, here's a letter, an OG, we just thought of it, in 2 weeks, make the decision when we're departing from the norm, which isn't always a bad thing. So I guess we'll see it next week. With that, do we have any public comment on the issue? Any public comment going twice, third time? All right, we're going to move along to item E, the 2026 to 2031 Transportation Improvement Program update from Director Sarah.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. We are going to do this very quickly. We have seen this presentation a handful of times now, so you know exactly what the requirements are. Next slide, please. And the work that we have done and what this next slides will include. So next slide, please. The only change in this document that you have in front of you is that we have incorporated one more project in our list to accommodate safe routes to school crossings. Next slide, please. So you're seeing a map of all the proposed projects. Some of those have various locations, in which case they're just not shown since they are widespread throughout the city. Next slide. And then again, I will call attention to your packets and the list of projects, and I will highlight those projects that are new to this transportation improvement plan from the previously approved. So the new projects are bolded in your list, and those are the South Road 68 pavement preservation, the Safe Route to School project with locations to be determined and its place in the schedule consistent with the next call for projects for Safe Route to School funding. The Road 44 FCAD Canal Crossing, which is a pedestrian and bicyclist facility adjacent to the existing vehicular crossing of the canal. The North 4th Avenue Pavement Preservation Project, which would extend from I-182 to the county line. And finally, in the
Any questions or comments from council, Mr. Harpster?
Just a quick comment. I was glad to see the revisions to the James Street project. I know that was one of the first things I sort of had an issue with at the beginning of last year. And honestly, when I saw this on the agenda, I thought, do I keep grinding my axe on that or not? But I'm glad to see that we're still doing something there as far as pavement preservation. But I think we landed on a good spot on that one. So thanks.
Seeing no further comments, I'll kick it to the public. Do we have any public comment here? Going once, going twice, going 3 times. We're going to move along to item F, and before Mr. Harpster.
I'll be recusing myself from this item. Thanks.
So that turns us to item F, which is ordinance 2025 issuance of bond for LID number 152 from Director Garcia.
Yes, good evening. So for the LID, we are here to go over the options for long-term financing. I'll just go over a brief overview of what an LID is. Overall, it's a mechanism to finance capital improvements for a specific area, and the capital improvements have benefit to just the property owners within that area. Sorry, next slide. Overall, the LID process is regulated by state statute, and it provides for 2 different mechanisms for calculating the benefit. And it's, sorry, next slide. So overall, here are the outline of all the steps, and we, as you can see, we're near the end of the process. In May of this year, the assessments were finalized, and shortly after that, there's a 30-day interest-free period where the property owners have the opportunity to pay all or any portion of their assessment, and after that, the remaining balance of the assessments is what goes for the long-term financing, which is what we're here to seek to introduce the bond ordinance and seek approval to come back next week for passing that bond ordinance. Next slide. So the previous slide was more in general terms. This specifically, the LID that we are discussing is LID 152, the East UGA sewer LID, and overall the improvements were related to sewer improvements and expansion in that area. And during the interest-free period, which ended in beginning of May, there was a little over 1.1 million of assessments that were paid, and the remaining balance is approximately 12.6 million. So that is what the bond would be for. And overall, the bond ordinance that was included in the packet just provides for parameters for staff to move forward with the bond. So it sets the term of the bond and the max interest rate. Next slide. So the next steps are to come next week to hopefully seek approval to pass that bond ordinance, so staff can move forward with moving forward with the process. The goal is to sell the bonds in August and receive those funds. There was an an interim financing, which is essentially a short-term loan, which funded the construction and the project up until now. And that short-term loan is due in September. So selling in August is, just enough time to be able to repay that loan. Any questions?
I don't see any, but I suspect that right now the rates aren't great.
They're estimating at around 5%. So the bond ordinance, the max that we have in there is 6.5.
Okay. And if there's an opportunity to refinance, should the market drop, are we locked in for a periodic?
No, we're not. And actually with the LIDs, especially with the recent LIDs that the city has had, with those, the properties have liens on, the city has liens on those properties. So whenever they are being sold, usually those liens are being paid off. Those assessments are being paid off. So the past two LIDs that we've had have been getting paid a lot sooner than the initial term. So this, what some of the conditions that are being put into this bond is that we can prepay at any time.
Excellent. Thank you for thinking ahead, and also thank you for the gap financing. As you said, it sounds like time is of the essence, so hopefully we'll get this. Seeing no for the lights, looks like we'll be seeing this next week.
Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this? I know it's exciting, bond work. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Yeah, go ahead and grab him. Thank you. That's going to move us along to item G, which is another resolution, Professional Services Agreement Amendment Number 5 with WSP USA Inc. for Lewis Street Overpass Project. I know we got Mr. Owen and Director Sarah, so someone's going to talk.
Yes, I will introduce Michael Ullman, who is with HLA Engineering, and I wanted to make the clarification our packet had an error and he was listed as being part of the consultant requesting the amendment, and that is incorrect. So he's from HLA. He's been our project manager for this project since 2019, and he's here to share with you this item. Thank you.
Mayor, Council, thank you for having me tonight. I'm here to talk to you about an amendment for Lewis Street Overpass for construction management services for WSP USA. Council, as you may recall, this project has been going on for a little while. Our groundbreaking ceremony was back in 2021, just over 4 years ago. Contractor actually began work on the project in August of 2021. The bridge opened for vehicles about a little over a year ago, April 26th. The substantial completion date on the project, actually I believe was December 2024. I listed it as November, but I believe it's actually December. And one of the questions that I heard leading up to tonight, I believe from some council members, may have been kind of where is the project? I think we've gone into what might seem like hibernation a little bit, but it is not. There's been a lot of active work happening on the project. We've got some corrective work happening in June and July, so late this month, potentially next month. That involves a couple different items, some minor corrective work on some of the wall panels. There's just been some cracking noticed just due to some minor settlement, and so the project remains under warranty currently, or I guess not technically warranty, but it's still under contract, so we can have the contractor repair that. So we've worked with the engineer of record to figure out a few things like that. And the expansion joints on either end of the bridge aren't working quite like we want them to. And so they're going back to address a couple items with that in a few weeks. No major structural concerns or anything like that. But long term, we want to make sure that those are functioning appropriately. Otherwise, it becomes big maintenance issues for the city. There's some final punch list items, just some small miscellaneous things that'll be happening at the same time, kind of throughout the June and July timeframe, ideally, and then paperwork closeout. We're looking to follow that up within the few months after that. We've got a plant establishment period, so as part of these contracts, when they put in a variety of plants, there's a period that the contractor basically has to ensure that they survive. I spent a couple hours walking the site today. I picked a terrible day to walk the site, and like 106 degrees. But went through that actually with the landscaping contractor to verify. We had them replace like 250 plants that weren't thriving like they should be, and so just trying to make sure that on the back end here the city gets exactly what we paid for on it. The amendment request today is related to that repair work that I mentioned. And so it's for WSP, who's been the construction manager on the project since we started back in 2021. So staff has reviewed their request in detail. I've spent quite a bit of time myself meeting with them, reviewing that. There's some important information that I think does help tell a little bit of the story that we have. This originally was a 400 working day job, and it's going to be over 800 days once we're done. So the project has more than doubled in duration. They're not the designer on the project, they're just the construction manager on it. There's been a lot more change orders than originally anticipated on the project. When we're working with them, they have to scope something, and so I work with them. The city works with them, me specifically, but to come up with a realistic number of assumptions surrounding what are they going to do. You can't scope everything, but you also have to have some minimums for it. So there's been some long schedule disputes. Required responses have come from that, and it's been there's been some really complicated schedule analysis out of this. WSP, as a firm that has I think it's like 10,000 engineers nationwide, they've got some specialty scheduling consultants and things like that that the city just doesn't have the resources for. And the request for what they are going to be doing, the inspection, is just services that the city simply isn't required or isn't prepped to provide for some of the special inspections and things like that with the staff that we have. I've listed a few of the notable items that have been outside of the planned scope with it, but WSP has helped with a variety of items on this. BNSF is certainly the biggest one, where the coordination effort with them has been long and arduous. So, and the soil sample testing, which is noted there at the bottom, WSP did go above and beyond, which really did mitigate some pretty significant delays to the project, which ultimately results in about a $10,000 a day cost, and so there was quite a bit mitigated through them moving quickly and doing some various things near the end of the project. So the actual contract, the original contract is about $1.85 million. The first supplement that we entered into is for about $50,000, and that was during COVID. There were some specialty inspections that WashDOT typically provides that COVID travel restrictions meant WashDOT told the city we won't provide those because it was in Oregon. WSP happened to have some personnel that provided that inspection, so they jumped on that and helped not delay the project. Supplement 2 and 3 were essentially contract extensions from moving from that 400 to closer to those 800 days that are I mentioned earlier. Supplement number 4 was just time only, making sure the contract didn't actually expire, so didn't have to re-advertise and go through that whole process, so no dollars associated with that. And the proposed supplement number 5 tonight is about $100,000. And basically that's inspection services for the duration of the project. The one thing to note is the city has the ability, since contract days have expired on the project, to offset those costs with liquidated damages from the contractor. If that doesn't mean a lot to you, liquidated damages essentially are a contract provision that are included in most or all municipal contracts, allowing the city to basically charge a certain dollar amount for work that exceeds the contract duration. So in this case, after the 800 contract days, and basically we finished the job with 0 excess days, repair work associated with that, the city can basically seek those costs back from the contractor. So that is an option, and I think the option the city plans to move with to offset costs from the contractor at this time. The total proposed contract would be $3,066,000. That represents about a 65% increase from the original contract. However, considering the number of contract days and the things that have gone on in the project, it's not an unrealistic ask considering the situation. So, can I answer any questions related to this?
Do Mr. Prowse.
Not here to beat you up. I like you. You come in here and you give us a lot of good information, and you've been very professional. But I do have one question. So, in regards to the liquidated damages, I mean, that's if we can recoup those, right? I mean, it's not like they're going to be giving us the money. We have to go through like a legal process to get those back.
In some cases, so there's a portion of that that has not been paid out on the contract, particularly with like the plant establishment period, but it is not that full amount, sir. It's probably in the neighborhood of $25,000 remains to be paid out. So you're correct on the back end of that. It's not as simple as just saying give me the money. It's typically more involved than that.
Okay. Now, Cascade has agreed to come back and do the rework and everything?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, we've ordered the materials, and that's actually we haven't given out notification on that specifically because we have a material that's going to be shipped related to the expansion joints. That's a fabricate, to the specifics of that joint, and so once that ships, we'll have about a week and a half before it arrives, and then we'll have at least 2 weeks of notice, including that time. That
Are we shutting down the width of the overpass?
But it'll be done with one lane traffic at all times.
Okay.
Minimum, yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate you coming before us. I know this has been a long, arduous process and everything. I guess one of my questions is, is this really kind of the last time? I look at some of these supplements and I remember the one for almost $1 million and then the 150,000. I really thought that was going to kind of see it through to the end. And I know you're kind of the messenger to a degree, but, is this next $100,000 going to manage it to the end? It just seems never ending.
Yeah, there's no doubt this has been a difficult project. I'm been working on it for just about 6 years, and so Lewis Street holds a special place in my heart for good and bad reasons. But I truly believe this is the last one, sir. Previous ones, and I'll be honest, the 150,000, I thought that was the last one before we discovered some of the items out here. Just with the duration that we have, though, the number of things that can creep out of the woodwork, if you will, is becoming limited, not impossible, but fewer and fewer things. And so with this, I've walked this job dozens of times, continuing to look for items that become apparent. The cracks on the SEW wall were a relatively recent thing, and it coincides with some soil settlement. They're pretty minor in nature, but those are things that we see, and I don't want this to become the city's liability in a year. That is if you will, a very small silver lining associated with this contract dragging out a little bit is with federal projects, you don't get a warranty period. So that's part of federal funding is that you don't get to have that. But in this case, while the contract's still open, several of these things get addressed that, if you have an expeditious closeout on it, honestly would become the city's liability and the city's to resolve. And so it's a very small silver lining, mind you, on this, but it is something to, that I recognizing as I was looking through some of these items, that it gives us the ability to make sure that the final product is going to be what the city paid for with this.
So. No, and I appreciate that. Considering some of the setbacks we've had and stuff along the way, I think that is an important, silver lining that, we can kind of tie up some of those loose ends. I look at the notable work provided outside of the scope, and I think you were right to mention, having to work with the railroad and everything some of the burdens they kept putting on the project, especially to the last minute. I'm, struggling a little bit with a couple outreach meetings and, putting some signs up to help negotiate businesses is a huge, lift outside of the scope of the business. But yet I get it on the other hand. So I guess just one question, this one's going to probably be tough for you to answer, but is there anything you can possibly, project or guess that could, bring this back before us again here in 6 to 9 months?
There's nothing that I see right now that would be the case for that. And I certainly don't have the crystal ball, or I'd be making a lot more money somewhere else, but with that in mind, though, I really do believe that the items before us are the items to close this out. I mean, the contractor wants this to be right and be done as bad as I do, or maybe even worse. Everybody's got other places they want to be, but Lewis Street is the place that I, as the project manager for this, I keep pulling people back to, is like, until this thing is done, like, my job is not done on this. And so, I am looking for all of these items, as I walk through today for landscaping. I mean, pull out a couple other little items that I want the contractor to address when they're here one last time, get it done, close out the project, and let everybody move along. So all that to say is there's nothing that I can identify at this time that would result in me getting to come visit you again in 6 to 9 months.
And I appreciate you helping see it through. And I think, our sentiment is also, we want to obviously be done with it too. So no, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you for your commitment to the project. I mean, you are in a tough position where you're always asking for more money, and we're in a tough position where we're, having to determine what to do. And, unfortunately, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room. But I do appreciate you making sure that we've got the best product that we can, at least to the extent that you can call back others. So thank you for your commitment. Sure. And hopefully next time we'll see you, it'll be a closeout party or something of that nature.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that day.
Shut down another lane of traffic and have a cake. Thank you. With that, do we have any public comment on this issue? Going once, going twice, third time. All right. With that, I do apologize. I need 5 minutes for a break real quick. I'd really love to run through, and I hope we can after we return. It's 9:32. We'll be back by 9:37. Thank you. Thank you for taking a break with us. We're now back into session. We are on item H. Mr. Harbster.
Yep, I'll be recusing myself from this item as well. Thanks.
Thank you. So item H is another ordinance budget amendment for upsize program, Water and Irrigation Director Sarah, who I know is speeding and Zolve.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and council members. We don't have a presentation on this, so I will explain what we're discussing. And it's truly a discussion for tonight. As you know, the city has a utility upsize program, which allows the city to participate when developers are installing infrastructure utilities, actually, water, sewer, and irrigation pipelines and other infrastructure associated with those systems to ensure that the infrastructure that is being installed is consistent with our long-term planning documents and ensuring that that system doesn't need to be upsized when more development occurs. So in order to do so, we need to have allocations in our budget to cover the costs for those contributions. Historically, the contributions have been in the order of an allocation biannually of $200,000 to $400,000 in our budgets. But in this biennium, we are seeing a lot of needs, and so both for irrigation and for water utility, the proposed modifications to the budget are to incorporate an allocation of $1.3 million in water allocations and $550,000 for irrigation allocations. And these are specific to the upsize program. So again, developers apply to this program when they are building infrastructure, and they need to show that the infrastructure that they need is a certain size and that the city is requiring a bigger size. And this happens often, especially when transmission mains are installed or pipelines that are intended to serve a bigger area than just the area that the developer is developing. For context, the funding for this program is typically coming from the capital expansion fee, which again, as you may remember, we are having a study for revenue requirement underway for water and sewer. For irrigation, that process has already occurred, and we will be looking at what adjustments are needed for that capital expansion fee. When capital expansion fee revenues are insufficient to fund this program, it is funded via rates. So that is kind of like the other side. There is the side of the expenditure and then what revenues are supporting those expenditures. It is worth noting that for water and irrigation, the process that was used for identifying the needed allocations or the projected to be needed allocations was looking at current commitments that are basically underway and requests that we have received, and then we have estimated other developments that are forthcoming and what would be the needs for upsizing those. So this is it's a projection. We are not already committed to spending these dollars, but we thought it was prudent to bring to you what we believe to be an accurate estimate of what will be needed in the biennium. This is both for 2025 and 2026. And finally, the last point on this is that there may be a need to wait for the ordinance to be effective or even to take action on the ordinance. We are looking into some of the restrictions since we have a biennial budget and it's early in the biennium to make an amendment. So we did want to have the discussion and be able to hear your feedback and guidance, and we would bring back the item once we have confirmed that we have full authority to amend the budget. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to parse out, make sure I understand where we're going with this and what you're asking is ultimately this is a pretty significant upcharge. We had anticipated, on the order of magnitude of anywhere from 1.1 million to $900,000 less is our historical practice, correct? And so you're asking whether or not we might be open to approving utilizing reserves, which we have for this, and then kind of prospectively looking on how we might mitigate this, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So, Mr. Prowse, I'll kick it to you, and I'll give you my thoughts.
Oh, okay. Appreciate it. Yeah, I kind of found it odd that we haven't done like a full legal analysis, but yeah, we're being asked to give verbal approval to, what was that? Oh, you were kind of shaking your head when I was saying it, so I wasn't sure if you were agreeing or disagreeing.
No.
Okay. Approval to allow reimbursements. Does that mean that's what you're asking? That's what staff's asking for us to provide reimbursements, but we haven't done the full legal review if that's even allowed?
Councilmember Morales, if I may, because we have a biennial budget, there is an RCW that requires for us to wait for acting on a budget ordinance, so essentially an amendment, till much later in the year. I believe the date is September 1st. So you can make amendments to the budget after September 1st. We are on June 9th, and so we do not want our development community and our partners to wait for money that they could spend, because upsizing is something that they would spend additional funds and then they would look to the city to be reimbursed for that. So we do not want them to have to wait till September. And so what we're coming to you is asking if verbally you would be open to the city getting into a contract for this upsize and be able to reimburse our partners before we do the budget amendment formally. So that is the legal. There are some ways to do this, which would be an emergency provision or interfund transfer. That's something that we're looking into and see if we can bring that to you formally here soon. But at this time, we just cannot take a formal action. At least that is our understanding at this time.
Yeah, I guess to me, I feel like it sets a bad precedent to allow this, and so I guess I just don't understand. Is it emergency? I mean, we're not. I mean, you just said, and I did a little bit of research. I mean, if it's classified as emergency, then we probably could do it. But is this emergency? Do we need to pay these people back? Did we have like a schedule of understanding of when we were going to pay them back? Do we have that kind of going forward? If we do this again, do we know what by this certain date we need to pay them back? I mean, just kind of more information. I guess is what I'm lacking here.
The people who have spent the money would like to get reimbursed as early as possible. We definitely can go back to them and ask them if they would prefer being paid later. In terms of whether it is an emergency, that is the legal analysis that we need to do.
And who's doing that legal? Is it? Okay. Okay. I don't know. I'm a no on this. So.
Thank you, Mr. Prowse, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Real briefly, I guess the way I'm understanding it here in this paragraph in the discussion, it basically just says on one hand, the budget's strained, so in one sense, we're kind of just saying we can't really afford to do this, but yet this is our chance while this is being set up that in a sense we can't afford not to. If I'm reading that paragraph, we can't afford it, but we can't afford not to. Would that be fair, Ms. Sigdell?
That is exactly the dilemma here. Doing it later down the line, knowing full well that we do need these lines upsized, would cost significantly more, probably exponentially more. So it would be more prudent of taxpayers' funds to upsize it now, much more economical.
Okay, thank you. That's probably where I'd be, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm kind of halfway between both, where I do understand Mr. Prowse's sentiments, potentially setting bad precedents if we're not fully vetted in our process. Nonetheless, as I read it, basically saying folks are building, they got the lines open, do the work while the work's being done, rather than, potentially double or triple charge us down the line to reopen and redo it. And I can't tell you what percentage of my emails is why is work being done here or being done here with the caveat of again. And we don't want to be in that position. So what I would say is, I think two things. One, if we can ferret out this notion of emergency relatively quickly, that'd be super helpful. If we can qualify and deem it as such, let's do so. Obviously, that sounds like it covers us best. To Mr. Prowl's point, I'm not really interested in getting in a habit of providing, a quarter's advance notice of verbal agreement on a budget amendment. I understand the need. So I think sounds like Mr. Grimm's in the position of moving forward. Obviously, you're a no, Mr. Prowlis. I'm certainly in the position that we move this forward, but let's get as much of our homework done as possible so that we aren't risking exposure. Anything else? Okay. Anything from staff?
I can't help myself because
I know you can't.
These are so.
I know I teased you there.
No, I appreciate it. So essentially, one of the things I do want to make sure everyone understands about upsize agreements, it's a very rare situation. Anytime you contribute city funds to a public works project or to a project, it typically triggers it and makes it a public works project. Then it has to be publicly bid. You have to go through all that stuff. So essentially what the auditor's office has come out with is says that there are certain times when actually it would cost cities money or resources, taxpayers' resources, to not participate in a project. So which would mean that every project would all of a sudden turn into a public works project and become completely unfeasible for lots of folks. So the development would stop. So it is this weird kind of cross section. So it's extremely common. The way that the auditor's office looks at it is that as long as it's increasing capacity, then you're allowed to contribute funds to these projects, because that's exactly what it's trying to do, is increase future capacity, because they realize that if folks only had to build what you legally were able to make them build, then somebody else would have to come along 3 years later, 4 years later, whatever, rip it out, and everybody's wasting resources on that. So it is an anomaly. It's a weird kind of cross section of competitive bidding, and then don't even get me started on the prevailing wage aspect of it. I won't put us all to sleep. But at the end of the day, really what it comes down to is it's really a penny now, pound later kind of situation, where being involved in it really is economically advisable, even on a state level. So it's one of those few things that we actually get encouraged to participate in. So, but with that being said, with regard to the budget aspect of this, we're still trying to figure out exactly what this would. A lot of times these are much easier because we're just going inter-fund, and so we have tools. Our statute for biennial budgets is really good about explaining under what circumstances you're able to move money around. This is taking money out of reserves and then appropriating it. So that's something that we're going to need to make sure that we go through the budget process. There are a couple ways we do that. We do that mainly through the mid-biennial budget appropriation, which is coming soon to a theater near you in September. But now we're kind of ahead of that, so we need to find a way to there's the typical emergencies, riot, those types of things. But then there's other emergencies, and that's what we're looking into now, is what would be the best way to utilize that process. But it's not as quick and easy as all the other budget amendments you see come before you that are really kind of easy, because those fit under the RCW of other ways that we're able to make those amendments. This one is kind of a unique one.
Thank you. Mr. Zabel?
Yeah, the one thing I would add is, by the time we're to the point of reimbursement or reimbursement request, we've looked at their plans. We've told them they need to make their lines bigger, and matter of fact, withheld approvals until they make their lines bigger. Then they go out and build them, and this is obviously for the additional cost of those larger diameter lines, whether it's a 8-inch line to a 16-inch line or some other dimension. But so we're kind of in a position where we've caused this work to be done. In fairness to staff, you don't really know, how a development's going to progress, or how many of them are going to progress at the time you're doing the budget 6-8 months before. What year they're going to be moving forward, how soon. There's a lot of plats that maybe don't move for a year or two. Get their plans done, but they don't build anything for several months. you know, for whatever reason, we're in a time where a lot of things are happening very quickly out there. And so we find ourselves with not enough dollars in the kitty, right, for what we have basically ordered developers to build. So I just want to give you that perspective as to where the city sits in this situation.
Thank you and appreciate that. And I think, again, at least speaking for my sentiments, the only concern being, you know, if we end up getting hung up in a budget issue, to the extent we can avoid that, that's ideal. Understanding that there's a chicken egg situation here, and getting the right thing at the right time at the right cost is very tricky in 2025. I understand that. And that's the only concern I have, is just making sure that we handle the paperwork properly. Do we have any public comments here? Going once, twice, 3 times? All right, that we will wait for Mr. Harpster and then move along. Moves us along to item I, resolutions approving 3 developer reimbursement agreements for utility improvements associated with the Broadmoor TIF utility package project. I see Mr. Cartwright listed. I see Ms. Miller's light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tonight before you is a resolution for a reimbursement agreement that was initiated by the city. So in this case, the city did act as a developer in a sense and built this project on Broadmoor. It's called the Broadmoor TIF Area Utility Project, where water, sewer, and irrigation was installed within a certain area. And the city has sought, you can go to the next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. So I'll just follow the slides here then. So this outlines the developer's reimbursement agreement process. So this was also in the packet. So next slide. And then it's allowed by law to do this, and we followed the legal framework for being a developer and establishing this reimbursement agreement. And then for this project specifically, this is when the city built water and sewer and irrigation improvements along Sanford Parkway and Road 108. And these improvements support future private development, and it's not a city-owned property. So these improvements listed there for the water, linear feet of pipe, and sewer and irrigation is shown down below with a photo. And here's some more photos of the work done by the city. And the next steps here is that the city had invested in this project, and establishing a reimbursement agreement does allow the city to recoup part of the cost for this project. And these developer agreements are executed by the city manager, and we are recommending approval of these 3 different agreements. And there's 3 just for each utility, 1 for water, 1 for sewer, 1 for irrigation, that we're recommending be approved at the next meeting. Happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I don't see any lights on this one. Sounds like silence is golden here. Appreciate the work of the city of doing that. Yeah, no lights. So do we have any public comments here? Going once, twice, 3 times. All right. With that, we'll move along to item J, which is resolutions approving 2 developer reimbursement agreements for the utility improvements associated with the A Street Sports Complex project. Looks like Director Miller's staying with you.
Yes, thank you. So similar procedure as the last. I'll skip the background there. This was for the A Street Sports Complex, where the city built the water and sewer along South Elm Street. And this was to support the project, but also supported other private development projects in the area, enabling them to utilize these resources. So we have 2 development reimbursement agreements, 1 for water, 1 for sewer for this. And there's a service area selected for the parcels that contribute toward this, and has allocated certain percentages to each project. And the next step in the process would be, if council does approve this agreement at our next meeting, this would be used to be able to execute this reimbursement agreement so we can collect funds for this project as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further lights, looks like we're good to move this one along too. That puts us into the final item, item K, which is our general fund monthly report, April 2025. Interim Director Garcia.
Yeah, so for April's general fund report, overall, there was improvement compared to prior month. There was a improvement to the bottom line for operating activities of 1.3 million, mainly due to lots of different revenue activity that occurs on a quarterly basis. So overall, we seem to be on track and no significant variances from budget. Any questions?
Any questions or comments here? Seeing none, that moves us along to item 6. Oh, I apologize. I should ask for public comment. I'm going to go ahead and aggregate on J and K. I see the single public member, but I will make 3 calls. Going once, going twice, 3 times. Thank you. With that, now we can move along to item number 6, which is miscellaneous council discussion. Hopefully very quickly. Mr. Grimm, we will run through. Well, Mr. Zabel, you first.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Just a few items. So we have a promotion ceremony for Jed Abastias, the detective, is getting promoted to sergeant, and that'll be Wednesday, June 11th, 3 p.m. right here in the council chambers. District 1 and 2 Business Watch meeting on the 12th at 2 p.m. at Pasco PPD community room. And then I want to note the Spring Police Citizens Academy graduation tomorrow evening. And we do have a couple council members and a couple staff graduating. We have council members Blaisdell and Perales are in the class. And then Nicole Edwards and our IT director, Armand Rashid, also graduating. So it was a pretty good sized class. So exciting for them. Just a couple other items. Peanuts Park North Design Public Session is the 17th in the council chambers at 6 p.m. And Public Standards Outreach, there'll be a session in council chambers on the 18th at 6 p.m. So Parks and Rec busy for a couple of meetings on that. Sorry about that, park standards. And then I don't want to be a killjoy, but you will hear Lewis again Street because we still have the demolition to do. So that's a separate project. So technically, Michael was right. You're done with that contract, but you have one more contract you got to get through out there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zabel. Mr. Grimm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just earlier forgot to mention that that Habitat for Humanity housing project of 200 houses, Mr. Mayor, they were saying that is the largest Habitat for Humanity housing project in the entire United States of America. It's going to be right here in Pasco, Washington, and they're hoping to have it done in the next 9 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that update, and I've heard that too, so I appreciate you staying on that. I'm going to bring one single item to council. A couple weeks ago, or a week or so ago, Pasco Chamber of Commerce, Colin Hastings, Executive Director of Pasco Chamber of Commerce, had sent an email over, and you received kind of a printed out letter that I intend to sign, allowing a flyby of the Canadian Armed Forces aircraft. It's 2 F-18s. The request is to allow them during the Water Follies event to fly as low as 500 feet. I think that's a pretty cool thing. I understand that, noise and all those things, but I am of the opinion that I'd prefer, unless you prohibit me from doing so, and I will be clear that I'll call you out, I'm going to sign this letter to allow this. So if anyone wants to object, now's your time. Yes.
I don't want to object, but because it's got the city pass's name, I don't need to vote on a resolution next week.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're doing it right.
Sounds good. We'll do it right. Is there any other issue with the timing, Mr. Zabel?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure because I was under the impression time is the essence, but at least we can communicate the intent if necessary. I appreciate that, Mr. Harpster. Keep me honest. With that, we'll move along to item 7, which is executive session. There is need for executive session. Single item, item A. It's going to be 20 minutes is what it's listed for. discussion with legal counsel about current or potential litigation under revised Code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1 Roman numeral 1 or I, and to consider site selection or acquisition of real estate purchase or lease if likelihood that disclosure would increase price under revised Code of Washington 42.30.110 subsection 1 letter B. Again, 20 minutes. That's going to be the city attorney and the city manager, director of CED. Well, Director Miller. Yeah. Anything else? Anyone else? Deputy city manager? No, I didn't list you. Okay. I don't need to provide any further qualifications, Mr. Ferguson, do I? For the site. Okay. It is 10:02. We will return at 10:22. Thank you. Thank you for sticking around. It is 10:22. We are out of executive session with no action taken. This meeting is now adjourned. Thank you. Do we have any further discussion? I will note that I believe I was CC'd on an email from Mr. Grimm indicating similar thoughts. I don't want to speak for you, Charles, but I don't hear you. Mr. Grimm, can you hear us? And if so, oh, there we go.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, my thoughts are pretty much expressed in the email. I just don't think it's fair to the developers of the Pasco homes to have both these on the books at the same time. And just in case there's a hiccup at the school level or something, I would be concerned about passing something totally dependent on them, on a certain date for them.